State-of-the-Art Heist, Book 1 of the Booker Brothers Detective Agency Mysteries. Written by Maisie Dean. Narrated by Marie Hoffman. Chapter 1. My name is Mrs. Kacey Booker, and yes, I am married to one of the infamous Booker brothers. I met the guys before they became household names, before the three of them tied for People magazine's Sexiest Man Alive. Back then, I was just another dime-a-dozen aspiring actress in L.A. When I accepted the job as a junior agent, I didn't know I was getting the role of a lifetime. A role that nearly got me killed, multiple times. But also a role that led to laughter, adventure, and even falling in love with one of the brothers. So, which brother did I marry? Not so fast. I could tell you now, but what's the fun in that? Wouldn't you rather hear about all the cases from behind the scenes and see if you can guess which brother won my hand in marriage? That's what I figured. You're a romantic at heart, just like me, and you love guessing while you listen, also like me. So, here's the deal. I'll tell you about a case, and I'll give you just enough clues to solve the mystery before I tell you the solution. And maybe, after a few of these cases, you'll figure out which incredibly sexy Booker brother stole my heart. Today, I'll tell you about the time I went undercover dressed in a skimpy French maid uniform. What a mess that was. I can still feel the cheap polyester sticking to the small of my back. How could something so small, so unable to cover my flesh, also be so itchy? But I'm getting ahead of myself. First, we need a name for this story. I call this particular adventure the State-of-the-Art Heist. You'll see why shortly. And this case isn't just an early one. It's my very first. It all began the day I started working for the Booker brothers. The door was heavier than I expected. It was a real door, not a film set prop. I had to jump inside quickly before it closed on my ponytail. A little bell jingled above me, echoed by a mechanical chime at the top of the stairs, where a second door awaited. Was I nervous? No way. Sure, my palms were sweaty and my heart was racing, but my favorite acting teacher always said anxiety was just another form of energy. And who doesn't like energy? Energy is good, especially when it's your first day at a new job. I climbed the stairs at a steady rate and confidently opened the interior door for the Booker Brothers Detective Agency. My eyes quickly adjusted from the morning sunshine of Los Angeles to the dim office interior. The space was empty. Empty of people, anyway. The open-plan office was crowded with 5 desks, no two alike. Around the desks was an eclectic mix of furniture and equipment, both old and new, but mostly old. I spotted a dot matrix printer, the kind that took a continuous feed of paper with tearaway margins. Did they still make paper for those things? By the looks of it, the printer was still in use. I called out, "Hello?" There was only a rattling hum, coming from an old, possibly antique fan on the far side of the room. To my left was a hallway leading to storage rooms and a washroom, according to the door signs. Still no sign of any other humans. It wasn't the first time in my career as a temp that I'd arrived ahead of my employers. I should have taken a seat at the reception desk and started making myself familiar with the phone system. However, the fact that I was standing inside a detective agency, an honest-to-goodness detective agency, put me on edge. Had something happened to the detectives? Something sinister and criminal and exciting? I set my purse on the reception desk and finally forced myself to take a seat, even though I wanted to snoop around. The Booker brothers had practically no internet presence, so I knew nothing about the agency. A mechanical chime sounded. It was the same one I'd heard on my way in. I yanked open the reception desk drawer and dropped my purse inside it, crumpling an assortment of junk food packages. I'd closed the drawer again and picked up a pen, which I held poised over a notebook, when the door opened and a woman walked in. She wore an elegant suit, high heels, and dark glasses. I heard an old-timey voice from a noir movie in my head. Then this dame walked in, and I knew from those legs of hers that I was in trouble. "You must be Tracy," the woman said as she pulled off the dark glasses. A pair of cool blue eyes pierced into me. "Kacey, with a K and an E," I said. She didn't react, so I spelled it out. Kacey. The icy eyes blinked once. "Kacey, with a K and an E," she said, her lips puckering snobbishly. "I suppose your parents could have done worse." "They could have done worse," I agreed. Rule number 1 of both temping and improv: be agreeable. "You may call me Tippy," she said, "not Mrs. Booker or Ms. Booker." She waved an elegant hand. "Everyone calls me Tippy, except Owen, but he's my special boy." She smiled knowingly and winked, as though she and I were both in on the same secret. She didn't explain where she had been when I'd arrived, but I saw the bag of coffee beans in her hand and figured it out. Tippy Booker switched the coffee to her left hand and offered me her right. I jumped up and shook it at once. Her hand was soft, like my grandmother's had been. They might have been the same age, albeit from different worlds. Tippy looked like the fashion models who appeared in the magazines my grandmother kept around the house. She wore a dark gray classic Chanel suit. The blazer was closed by 2 elegant pearl buttons. By comparison, my own blazer, not Chanel, was held closed by a hidden safety pin because the button was too small for the hole. Tippy's hair and makeup were impeccable, and her lipstick was red, the absolute perfect shade of red. My grandmother would have been thrilled that I would be working for a woman so admirably stylish. "Actress," she said, looking me over. It was more a statement than question. "Not anymore," I said, though "not anymore" was a bit of a stretch, because it implied that at one point I had been an actress. What I had been was a cliché. A starry-eyed nobody who'd moved to sunny L.A. with dreams of fame and fortune, or at least a SAG card and a few commercials. But I wasn't a cliché anymore. The acting bug had run its feverish course, and I'd been cured. I was ready for something new. No more pretending to be someone. I was ready to be someone. A junior investigator. Sure, why not? I'd always loved detective stories. Why settle for acting in a detective show when I could be one in real life? I was trading up. Tippy's eyes were still on me. I self-consciously tugged at my high ponytail to ensure that my stream of brown hair ran smoothly down past my shoulders. I adjusted the white collar protruding from the edge of my navy blazer, then patted the front to make sure the hidden safety pin was still doing its job. It was. The older woman's gaze stopped on my shoes, a pair of black flats. "Those must be comfortable," she said. "I love your heels," I gushed. Her black suede pumps looked like the kind of designer shoes that inspired the cheap knockoffs found at the discount warehouses where I'd found my sensible flats. Tippy turned on her elegant heel and gestured for me to come with her. She led me through the mix of ancient and new office equipment. Her hair, a flattering shade of blonde, stayed perfectly in place, even at her brisk pace. I interrupted her monologue about the vague workings of the filing system with a question about the file drawer labels. "Don't worry about that," she said dismissively. It bores me to talk about it, and I'm sure you'll be out of here in a few weeks, just like the other ones. Tippy paused in front of a tired-looking photocopier that made the well-dressed woman look out of place. I thought this was a permanent placement, I said. The temp agency told me. She cut me off with a hand wave. But you're an actress. Tippy gave me another glance up and down with a tight smile. You'll be out of here when the next juicy audition comes along. A day job and acting do not go well together. That's why most of your type choose to waitress. Most of my type. Ouch. I followed at a safer distance as Tippy wound through a few more stacks of boxes and pointed out 3 desks in the space. They were spaced out around a longer table in the middle of the room. Unlike the desk by the door, these had name placards. The corner desk with the least antiquated computer belonged to Owen Booker. The desk at the back of the room, near a faded door that led into a conference room, belonged to Harrison Booker. The third, and closest to the reception desk, belonged to Lucky Booker. I wondered, were all 3 her sons? That would put them around 50 years old. Why then did Owen have a collection of comic book collectible figures in a row on his desk? Perhaps he was a grandson. That would explain why she winked at me and called him her special boy. The matriarch of the Booker family gestured at the fax machine and said, "Try not to break it when you're in a bad mood because an audition didn't go well. I'm afraid the poor thing barely survived the last one of your type." "Miss Booker," I said, planning to set her straight about my career plans. "Tippy," she corrected. I took it on the chin. I was once an actress, or an aspiring actress anyway. It's true. But that's all behind me now. I'm looking for a real job, a career. I'm here to stay. Her cool blue eyes pierced into me. The old fan continued to hum. Street noise filtered up through the walls and single-pane windows. I smiled and added, "If you'll have me, of course." She pursed her perfectly lined red lips. "Duly noted." I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Tippy turned away from me and picked up a stack of mail from Harrison Booker's desk. She wrinkled her nose and furrowed her brow. I guessed the envelopes contained mostly bills. A minute passed. She wasn't paying any attention to me anymore. Kacey with a K and an E, whose parents could have done worse. You're dismissed. Grand tour over. I picked up the bag of coffee from where she'd set it next to the ancient dot matrix printer. "Shall I brew a full pot?" I asked in a cheery tone. "Heavens, yes," she said without looking up from the mail, "and make it strong." "That's the only way I know how." I grinned in a manner I'd been told was charmingly impish. She still didn't look up. I found my way to the office break room on my own, where I discovered the newest and most deluxe piece of equipment in the entire office, a very high-end coffee maker. I heard the first 2 Booker brothers before I saw them. I had just brewed enough coffee to fill the insulated carafe. The brew was, if my tongue was to be trusted, both strong and delicious. Sure, I'd needed to pull up some video tutorials on my phone since the machine's manual was written in German, but I hadn't wasted too much time, or even a single bean. I stood in the break room and listened, fascinated to finally learn more about the mysterious Booker brothers. "Harrison, I'm telling you, it's all part of the business," one was saying. "Lucky, we can't keep paying for your monthly stack of parking tickets. Are you working for DeVos? You must be. That's the only logical way I can explain your constant attempts to bankrupt this agency. You're working undercover for our nemesis, aren't you? The other one, the brother or son or whatever, Lucky, chuckled. Nemesis? Who says nemesis? I smirked and snorted under my breath. Nemesis was a great word. I used it all the time to describe my own nemesis, a young woman who'd been at every audition I'd ever shown up for. She was always booking jobs, too. Well, if this detective thing worked out, I'd have to send her a thank you letter for encouraging me to change careers. The two brothers continued to argue over both parking tickets and vocabulary simultaneously. I wiped the stray coffee grounds from the counter and walked out to meet my new bosses. The two Booker brothers were still engrossed in their argument and didn't notice me. But I noticed them. They weren't 50 years old, that was for sure. Maybe 30, if that. Both of them looked like the hot young actors you'd cast to play detectives on a TV show. Had I stumbled onto some secret reality show set? It wouldn't be unheard of. I was still in L.A. after all. Tippy, who'd seen me emerge from the break room, said, "That's Harrison and Lucky." She nodded at each of them in turn, then raised her voice. "Boys, this is Tracy." "Kacey," I said, with a K and an E, and yes, my parents could have done worse. Lucky caught my eye and gave a little wave. Harrison gave me a business-like nod. I hadn't been expecting to see such attractive men outside of a casting office. My mind went blank. My cheeks felt warm. Even through my blushing, I could feel the additional heat of Tippy's gaze on me. The matriarch, their grandmother apparently, came over to my side and spoke in a hushed tone. "I'll answer the questions at the top of your mind so you don't need to waste time beating around the bush, getting up the courage to ask. Neither of them are married. They're 31 and twins, though not identical, as you can see for yourself. And if they still make your cheeks flush in a year's time, then we'll talk. But not before then. The rules are set in stone." I wasn't sure what she meant by that, but I got the gist. The detectives went back to arguing about a car lease and parking fines. The chime sounded, and a moment later the interior door of the office swung open. I ran to the front and greeted the newcomers, who were two men in their late 60s. Tippy, who'd been hot on my heels, swished ahead of me. She smiled warmly and opened her arms in greeting, as though the two gentlemen were old friends. "Well, if it isn't Tippy Booker," one of the men said. He brought her hand in for a light kiss. The older man was average height, with hazel eyes and uniformly dark hair that must have been dyed. He appeared rather fit and athletic, almost vibrating with energy under his lightweight summer suit. "You look ravishing as ever," he said to Tippy. "And you're here. They can't get rid of you, can they?" He laughed. Tippy pulled her hand back. "Someone's got to keep an eye on troublesome clients such as yourself," she said evenly. "But that's not your job anymore," the man teased. "You're supposed to be retired, like the two of us, enjoying the good life." She shrugged nonchalantly. "What would the boys do without me?" The man nodded knowingly, as if they'd had this conversation before. The other man nodded as well. Tippy changed the subject. "Leo, dear, the party you threw this weekend was wonderful, as always." She rubbed her chin and looked at him thoughtfully. "But there were none of my favorite shrimp puffs. I was so disappointed." He blinked and ran a hand over his dyed black hair. "No shrimp puffs? But I ordered plenty." The other gentleman, who'd been silent up until now, chimed in. "Oh, I can assure you there were plenty of shrimp puffs." The man wore tortoise-shell glasses with thick lenses. He had roomy blue eyes with an opaque white hint of cataracts. His hair was brown with white roots. The two men were a matched pair, though this one was slimmer. He patted his flat belly. "I had quite a number of shrimp puffs," he said. "Miss Booker, you must have been looking the other way when they were served," he said with a broad smile. Leo said, "Tippy, you must remember my dear friend August." "Yes, of course I know August," she replied. "Though we didn't get a chance to speak much at the party, did we?" August looked down and shuffled his feet. "I must have been too busy chasing those shrimp puffs," he joked. He looked up again and pushed his thick-lensed glasses back up his nose. The three of them had a chuckle. While they talked, I stood by a tall filing cabinet. I didn't know what to do next, but I had an idea Tippy would let me know. Since I was near the filing cabinet anyway, I occupied myself reviewing the yellowed labels on the drawers. One label was too faded to be legible, and another simply said, "Files." The agency's current filing system was interesting. "Leo," Tippy said, her tone indicating it was time to get down to business. "What can we do for you this morning? Or is it August who needs our assistance?" "It's me." Leo let out a weary sigh. His posture sagged, and the wrinkles across his forehead deepened. "I don't have an appointment, but I was hoping to speak with the boys about a delicate issue," he said solemnly. Tippy gave him a reassuring pat on the arm. "Of course." She turned, snapped her fingers, and both Harrison and Lucky jumped up from their desks and trotted up like a pair of golden retrievers. In a hushed voice, she spoke to the twins about taking a meeting with Leo. Why was she speaking so quietly? I looked around. There was nobody else in the office except for me. I looked down at the vague labels on the filing drawers. I was no detective, but I had a hunch Tippy didn't like the idea of someone else taking over the office administration, let alone little old me. She must have been threatened by the idea of me filling her elegant black suede shoes. Lucky said, "We've got it from here, Grant." She shot him an icy look that looked terrifying even from where I stood. "Tippy," Lucky finished. "Thanks, Tippy." He flashed a perfect smile. Harrison shook Leo's hand. "Mr. Fitz, we always have time to see our most valued clients. We'll do our best, as always." Harrison turned to the other man. "August Ripley," the man said, shaking Harrison's hand, then Lucky's. "Don't mind me. I'm only along with Leo for emotional support." The Booker brothers nodded, then led the way through the office to the meeting room at the far side. Tippy scanned the room, looking for me. I held very still by the filing cabinet, wondering if I'd blend in with the mismatched office furniture. She scanned past me, then back again, her eyes narrowing when they locked onto mine. "There you are," she said. "I'm still here," I grinned. "No juicy auditions have tempted me away. Not yet." She very nearly smiled at my joke. She plucked a legal pad and a black pen from a shelf near the copier, strode over, and dropped them into my hands. "Go into the meeting and make notes." She ushered me toward the meeting room, "or at least act like you're making notes. That shouldn't be difficult for you. The twins have excellent memories for details. They won't require your notes, but it makes the clients more comfortable." "I get it," I said. "I used to waitress for a bit." "You don't say," she said flatly. "I have a good memory, too. But my boss at the restaurant made all of us waitresses scribble down something at the table so that the customers wouldn't worry about getting the wrong order." She raised one impeccable blonde eyebrow. Why, it sounds like you have an absolute cornucopia of job skills upon which to draw. Her words stung, which only made it easier for me to respond to her the way I would have reacted to notes from a difficult casting director. Thank you, I said with a smile, and I slipped quietly into the meeting room. Chapter 2. The clients, Leo Fitz and his friend August Ripley, sat on one side of a long avocado green formica table that served as a conference desk. Harrison and Lucky sat on the other side of the table with a chair between them. None of the men paid me much notice as I took the chair near a skinny window. The four had been engaged in a conversation about golf, but when I took my spot and poised my pen over the legal pad, the golf talk ceased. Harrison leaned forward. "And what delicate matter have you brought us today, Mr. Fitz?" Leo Fitz swished the air with one hand. "Call me Leo. After everything we've been through over the years, we're on a first-name basis." Lucky grinned and leaned back in his chair, taking the opposite pose of his brother. Lucky said to the client, "I hope nobody's been trying to sell you swampland again." This comment made the older men guffaw. "No, nothing more like that." Leo finished laughing and rested his chin in his hand wearily. "I brought my friend August along because this new thing has really upset me." He looked down and used his thick fingernail to pick at a dent on the table. He shifted from side to side, looking uncomfortable on the chair, which was one of the decades-old stackable variety. He succeeded in lifting a chip of the table material, exposing composite material beneath. A silence stretched on. I busied myself writing on the legal pad, starting with the date, then listing all of the people present. Whether my notes would be needed or not, I was confident they'd be good. In both high school and acting classes, people had always asked for copies of my notes. I wrote quickly, making the usual ultra-clean, crisp lettering that my roommate Rosie had deemed somewhat sociopathic. Rosie had such a funny view on things. Since when was tidy handwriting a sign of deviancy? I adored my tight, precise handwriting. Staring at the orderly words as they appeared on the page was soothing. It always had been. Leo finally launched into his story. "It happened at my party this weekend, on Saturday. As you might imagine, I invited the usual crowd. Fellow executives, longtime friends, and industry people," Leo said, slowing down. "Everything was going well, but then—" He broke off and spluttered in rage. "I know who did it. I already know." Harrison said, "Easy now. One thing at a time. Tell us what happened at the party." August gave his friend Leo a supportive pat on the shoulder. Leo returned the shoulder pat in a mirrored gesture. The two men looked quite similar, like two peas in a pod. They reminded me of people I'd known who'd taken on each other's styles after spending all their time together. Given their age, this pair had had quite a number of years to unconsciously fine-tune their look. "My painting was stolen," Leo said. His voice was hoarse, as though uttering the words was painful. He composed himself. "It wasn't one of the most valuable ones. The loss of those would have been covered by insurance. The person who stole this painting knew just how to hurt me. The painting had sentimental value." "We'll just use the security footage again," Harrison said matter-of-factly. "That worked the last time something went missing from your house." Lucky chimed in. "Easy peasy, lemon squeezy." He brushed his hands as though solving the case was already a done deal. "Then we hit the golf course. You can review the security footage if you like, but that won't be necessary," Leo said. "And anyways, I've already reviewed the footage myself. That's why I'm certain the culprit was Portia." Harrison jerked his head back. Your ex-wife, Portia? Portia Fitz, the one and only, Leo replied. August grinned and poked the air with one finger. Not the one and only ex-wife, August corrected. You've got a few of those. The only one named Portia, Leo said, and the only one who stole my painting. Harrison asked, What makes you so certain? Do you have security footage of her taking the artwork? No, Leo said, but I know it was her, because she's always been a jealous woman. She took it to get back at me for how things ended. August made a noise like he was suppressing a snicker, then said, You should stop inviting Portia to your parties. Leo waved a hand. We worked side by side for so long in the business that ostracizing her now would only be shooting myself in the foot, he explained. Harrison pressed on, keeping Leo on track. Do you have any eyewitness who saw Portia take the artwork? Not exactly. Leo winced as he smiled. However, Portia was carrying a peculiar purse that night. I don't normally notice such things, but it was very strange. He used his hands to mime something long and slender. The purse was about this long and cylindrical. It looked like a quiver for arrows. He shrugged. Fashion. The Booker brothers nodded in unison. Lucky snapped his fingers excitedly and pointed at the gentleman client. She must have yanked the canvas from the frame, rolled it up, and stuffed it in her purse, just like in that Heist movie. What was it called? Harrison put a hand on his brother's chest to push him back into his chair. Lucky murmured movie titles under his breath and pulled out his phone. Harrison asked Leo, What were the dimensions of the painting? Approximately 2 feet by 3 feet, Leo said. She might have folded it before she rolled it. He made a distressed noise. I hope she didn't damage the piece too much. Portia always had a vindictive side, August said. She's a monster, Leo declared. August gave Leo's shoulder another pat as he continued. At one point, I looked around the party for Portia, but I didn't see her. That must have been when she snuck off to the south wing. Leo shook his head and explained to the brothers. That's where the painting was. The whole south wing was blocked off from the party, but it wasn't secure. On the night of the party, some doors were missing, due to the minor renovations I'm having done. Everyone was quiet. The only sound was the scratching of my pen on the legal pad. I became self-conscious, but kept writing, only glancing up occasionally. Leo broke the silence. And that wasn't the only bad deed that Portia did that night. She also poisoned Fiona. Poor Fiona was violently ill that evening. At this news, I couldn't help but gasp. When I looked up from my notepad, 4 sets of eyes were trained on me. August pushed his glasses up his nose. Lucky smirked at me as he asked, Did you have something to contribute, Chelsea? It's Kacey. I tapped my pen on the legal pad. I know I'm new here, but isn't poisoning someone a serious offense? It is a serious offense, Leo said, puffing up his chest. That's why I brought it up. Portia needs to be taught a lesson. Lucky continued to smirk at me. Go on, Kacey, he said. You were saying? I glanced around the meeting room ceiling, looking for signs of cameras. If this was a reality TV show, I'd watch it. Since everyone was waiting for me to speak, I did. Has Fiona reported the poisoning to the police? Leo stared at me like I'd just grown a second head. His friend August jumped in to put me out of my misery. Fiona is a dog, August said. Oops. I felt my cheeks flush. I looked down at my legal pad and quickly resumed writing. Fiona is a dog, I said in a businesslike tone, channeling Tippy's cool demeanor for a moment. "It has been noted." "Portia always hated Fiona," Leo said. "That woman's jealousy knows no limits." August sighed. "You know, you could let her keep the painting and call it even." Leo pounded his fist on the table. "Absolutely not." He looked up at the brothers, his hazel eyes blazing. "You must get the painting back, by whatever means necessary." He looked directly at Lucky. "You must steal it back for me." Lucky rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "In order to steal it back, we would need some way of accessing your ex-wife's residence, a key, the security code." Harrison immediately shot his brother a horrified look. "No," Harrison said, shaking his head. He explained to Leo. "Yes, we do occasionally bend the rules for a long-time client, but—" He cut himself off and shook a finger at me. "Kacey, don't write that down." I stopped writing and watched with interest. Harrison continued. "Leo, I assure you we will find a way to resolve this matter, a way that is both ethical and discreet." "That's all I wanted to hear," Leo said. He turned to August and said, "See, what did I tell you? These boys are the best. The best. We'll use your fellow next time." I wrote down 2 words on my notepad: ethical and discreet. Leo pulled a checkbook and fancy pen from his suit jacket. He scribbled out a check and slid it across the table. Lucky reached for the check, but Harrison was closer and grabbed it first. "Thank you for the retainer," Harrison said, pocketing the check. "We'll do our best, as always." All 4 men got up at once and shook hands again. "Get me that painting back," Leo said. Everyone exited the meeting room and walked toward the front door. I took a moment to tuck the chairs in around the meeting table before leaving as well. Leo Fitz seemed to be in a better mood than when he'd arrived. When I returned to my station at the reception desk, he was standing in the doorway, amiably chatting with his old friend about their plans for the rest of the day. Lucky and Harrison had already said goodbye and returned to their desks. Leo said, "What's for breakfast? I haven't eaten yet. Did you eat?" August scratched his chin. Leo looked down at me in my receptionist chair. "Recommend us a good breakfast place in the area." "There's a diner right downstairs," I said. "Doyle's, I believe it's called." Leo snorted. "That'll be the day." He turned to his friend and said, "We'll go to your house and sit on the veranda. All I have is cereal and toast." "Fine by me. I can't serve my old friend cornflakes. Tell you what, let me treat you to Rock Burger. It's right here in Sherman Oaks." "Not Rock Burger. It's such a tourist trap," Leo said with a dismissive hand. "I'd rather eat at Doyle's." "You like Rock Burger," August insisted. "Their breakfast isn't bad." Leo seemed to consider this. "They do have those feisty waitresses." With the matter of breakfast resolved, the 2 men stepped through the door. Their voices faded as they headed back down the stairs. I heard August say, "Leo, don't get any ideas about the waitresses. I like Rock Burger. You'd better not get us banned." The 2 men were chuckling when the door downstairs opened and the sound of the street drowned them out. I stared at the closed door as I processed everything that had just happened. I'd been at my job less than an hour, and it was already the most interesting day I'd had at any workplace. They were paying me to be there. I should have been paying them. I had worried investigative work would be nothing but credit reports and background checks, boring paperwork. But I'd just taken notes about an art heist. And now the brothers were working on some discreet, yet legal, scheme To get the stolen artwork back. How would they do that? I was in a daze, imagining the twins dressed as cat burglars, scaling a building, then diving through security lasers, Mission Impossible style, when I heard my name. Kacey, someone said, not for the first time. I looked up to see Lucky standing next to my desk. Yes, boss? He tilted his head and gave me a funny smile. Boss? I like that. I could call you Mr. Booker, if you prefer. Call me boss, he said. Harrison called out from his desk. Kacey, you don't have to call him that. Lucky held one hand to the side of his mouth and stage whispered, He thinks he's the boss. I kept my expression stony. Brothers and their games. They could play away, but I didn't have to participate. Lucky nodded at the door and pulled it open. Grab whatever you need, Kacey. You're coming with me. I hadn't meant to question him, but I couldn't help but glance over at his brother for confirmation. Harrison gave me a nod, along with a smile that seemed to convey that he'd won the round by getting me to check with him. I grabbed my purse and my legal pad and followed Lucky through the door. Chapter 3. Lucky drove while I put Portia Fitz's address into the car's GPS. My new boss's vehicle was a luxury Mercedes that was as new and pristine as the rest of the Booker brothers' office equipment, minus the fancy coffee maker, was old and tired. The interior was warm from the morning sun, but the light cream-colored leather interior didn't hold as much heat as if it had been black. The air conditioning system quickly whisked away the heat. Lucky looked away from the street and glanced down at my feet. Interesting, he said. What's interesting? I checked my shoes to see if I'd dragged in some dirt or gravel or worse. All the other girls wore heels, he said. I assumed that by the other girls, he meant the other temps. These shoes are comfortable and far more practical than heels, I said. I can be quite practical. Lucky met my gaze. I can see that, Kacey with a K. If you're looking for a fuller title to call me by, my last name is Chance. Kacey Chance. That's pretty catchy for an actress. Is it real? I looked down at my hands as I fidgeted with the too small button on my blazer. Real enough, I said without meeting his eyes. I really didn't want to dig into my history, my mother, and the whole story about my name. Not now. Maybe not ever. When I looked up again, Lucky was cocking his head in my direction, flicking his gaze between me and the street. We both have similar names, he said. Lucky and Chance. Chance and Lucky. We sound like a casino. Since we're talking about names, is Lucky your real name or a nickname? He chuckled. You don't beat around the bush. I shrugged. He wasn't wrong. Guess, he said. Guess my real name. It's probably Luke. Or Lucas. Maybe Lance. He gave me an eyebrow waggle. Maybe it's Lucifer. That would explain a lot, I said. He pulled one hand from the steering wheel, held it to his chest, and gave me a mock-wounded look. The pleasant voice of the Mercedes GPS system instructed him to take the next right turn. Lucky turned, and we joined the endless stream of traffic that ran through L.A. at all hours. With Lucky focusing on the road, I had the chance to get a better look at him. He had a strong jawline, but there was also a boyishness to his clean-shaven face. I imagined that would change if he let his facial hair grow out for a day or two. I took in the way his hair lifted up off his forehead and bent over to the left. He hadn't answered my question about his name, but I wasn't going to ask twice. I turned my focus to the case and asked, When we get to Mr. Fitz's ex-wife's house, what's the plan? You tell me, Kacey Chance. Tell me what your first move would be if you were in my shoes. I suppose we can't ask her straight up if she took her ex-husband's painting. Good so far. We could ask her if she happened to see anything suspicious at the party, right? Also good. But then she'll have to lie to cover her tracks. She might even give us someone else's name to send us on a wild goose chase. Lucky nodded. I like the way you think. Not many people can put themselves in a criminal's mind. Thanks? He adjusted the air conditioning vents. My plan is to start by politely asking for the painting back, he said. Just like that? It's worth a shot. Rich people love to play games like this with each other. They need something to break up the boredom of never needing to work for a thing again. Lucky spoke easily as he wove between lanes on the freeway. The easy life gets dull. I wouldn't know anything about that kind of a life, I said. Me neither. For a moment he seemed to drift away, frowning over some thought. Except for this Mercedes you're driving, I said. Lucky's grin returned. This old thing? It's just part of the job, Chance. In this town, you need to drive a quality car if you want anyone to take you seriously. You must know that. I bet you've brushed shoulders with a few successful types. Tell me they didn't all have classy cars. It takes more than a fancy car to be successful, I replied. His comments were getting to me. My own car was anything but classy. Was that a sign of my failure to make it as an actress, or part of the reason why? Maybe I was just being sensitive. Lucky seemed to sense the shift in my mood. He gave me a sidelong glance. There are many types of success, he said. I leaned forward and stroked the smooth console of the Mercedes. This type seems nice to me. The sound of traffic took over for a while. After a moment, Lucky said, The car isn't mine. It's a lease, and an expensive one that Harrison doesn't approve of. He's more of an economy vehicle kind of guy. He sounds sensible, I said, thinking of my practical shoes. Lucky said, You'd better not switch over to Team Sensible with Harrison. I really need an ally on Team Fun. Team Fun? Is that what being a real detective is all about? He winced. We try not to call ourselves detectives. Most investigators stay away from that word, since it has a lot of connotations. In fact, Harrison tried to rebrand us as information consultants once, but the phone stopped ringing because people didn't know what that meant. Okay, so is being an investigator fun? It is when you're on Team Fun with me. How about this case? Is it a typical one? It doesn't seem like a very big job. Once we get the painting back from Portia, we'll be done. Is this usually the way things work? Lucky shrugged. Like I said, rich people play their games. We get paid to play along. As long as we play the roles they want us to, we have a gig. They get to play their games, we get to charge by the hour. Everyone wins. That sounds a lot like acting, I said. Lucky glanced over at me. You seem sharp, he said. It's a shame you'll be off Team Fun when the next audition comes along. I stifled a sigh. There was no point in trying to convince the bookers of how much I wanted to stay. I would just stick around, no matter what, and eventually they'd see. Harrison likes you, Lucky said. I snorted. He doesn't even know me. He barely said 2 words to me so far. But he agreed to let you come along with me, Lucky said, which means he trusts you to babysit me. Pretty soon you'll be watching my back all the time, making sure I don't break any of his many rules. Such as? Lucky had a cheeky gleam in his eye. If I don't tell you the rules, you won't know when I break them, he said. I rolled my eyes. I was beginning to see why Harrison thought Lucky needed a babysitter. After a moment, Lucky said, I know you're only a temp, but I might as well pass on some of my sage wisdom while we have the chance. I adjusted my position in the creamy leather passenger seat so I was partly facing him. Okay, shoot, I said. Hit me with your sage wisdom. The business of investigation comes down to 3 things: technology, hard work, and getting people to talk. As for the technology and hard work, a robot could do those things. That's why we have Owen and Harrison. He waved a hand at me. You haven't met Owen yet. He's our younger brother. He put his hand back on the steering wheel. That last thing, getting people to talk, is the most important investigative skill by far. Are you calling your brothers robots? I'm saying they could be replaced by robots. But not you? In a tinny robot voice, Lucky said, That is what I am saying to you. Not bad, I said. Have you considered acting? He snorted. Don't mock your boss. I held both hands up. I'm not mocking. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing these investigative skills of yours in action. You'll see, Lucky said confidently. The GPS interrupted with more directions. We exited the freeway, and soon were on a street lined with typical LA palm trees. He pulled the Mercedes up to Portia's address. She lived in an elegant 4-story condo building. Parking in LA was never this easy, so I scanned for signs. Sure enough, there was a sign. This is a loading zone, I said. Lucky shrugged nonchalantly and reached into the back seat to grab his jacket. If you leave the car here, you'll get a ticket, I said. I had personally experienced the efficiency of the LA parking enforcement agents too many times. Lucky leaned over toward me and popped open the glove box. I got a whiff of his cologne, and it was not unappealing. I held my breath and tried not to enjoy the smell. Breathing deeply would only give my brain the wrong ideas. He was my boss. Never mind that he was only 7 years older than me, and his cologne smelled nice. He was my boss. He finally found what he was rummaging for in the glove box. It was a decal with the word press on it. He slapped the decal on the dashboard and climbed out of the car. Seriously? I couldn't believe the nerve. The decal didn't look like it would have fooled anyone, or at least not anyone who wasn't living in the 1950s. It's fine, he said. I do it all the time. He gestured for me to get out of the car, so I did. He locked the Mercedes with the press of a button. I stood staring at the press decal. If he did this all the time, that would explain the stack of parking tickets that he and Harrison had been arguing about that morning. Lucky waved for me to come with him into the luxury condo building. But that press decal! I couldn't leave the car. It's fine, he said. Then he held a finger to his lips and said in a serious tone, Don't tell Harrison. Don't tell Harrison? I had a feeling that if I continued working for the Booker brothers, I'd be hearing that a lot. He was already at the front door of Portia's building waiting for me. I hiked my purse on my shoulder, tucked my legal pad under my arm, and ran to catch up. Chapter 4. Portia Fitz opened the penthouse door and greeted us with an elegant smile. She hadn't been warned that Lucky and I would be showing up at her place that morning, yet the older woman looked anything but surprised. In fact, she looked ready for anything. Lucky did the introductions while I stared at Portia, taking in her appearance and looking for some sign she was a criminal who stole paintings from ex-husbands. Her age was somewhere between 40 and 80. It was hard to tell due to the unnatural smoothness of her face. Plastic surgery? Without a doubt. She certainly was a striking woman. Her hair was white blonde, twisted into a tidy bun at the nape of her neck. Her eye makeup was dark, shades of navy and charcoal. The smoky eyes seemed out of place. Dramatic makeup would suit an evening cocktail party, but it wasn't even noon. Then again, what did I know about the world of LA's well-to-do wives and ex-wives? Portia Fitz's clothing was striking and dramatic. Over her thin frame, she wore a black sequined suit with a white silky blouse. Her suit sparkled and looked particularly dazzling as she walked us across white carpet into an all-white room. She waved for us to take a seat on a white leather sofa, then thumbed at the multiple strings of pearls at her neck. She wore several jeweled rings on her thin fingers. "Refreshments," she said, as though making an announcement. "Gin or vodka? Unless you'd prefer scotch." She walked over to a well-stocked rolling cart. "None for us," Lucky said. "I wish we could, but we're on the clock." "Just a single, then." She reached for a tumbler. "A single serving of gin is refreshing any time of the day." Lucky didn't refuse further, so I cut in before she started pouring. "Water would be great," I said, "for both of us." She set the tumbler down with a clunk, then called over her shoulder, "Water, please. 3 glasses." A moment passed. Nobody spoke or moved. There was no response from whichever servant she'd been calling. "We don't need the water," I said. "Don't be silly, dear. One must stay hydrated in L.A." Portia chuckled and gave us a tight smile. "What's the expression? You simply cannot find good help these days." She raised one finger. "One moment, please." She left the room, her designer heels clicking on the white marble floor before she reached the silent white carpet of the hallway. With her gone, I was free to look around the room, gawking like a tourist. Lucky murmured something out of the side of his mouth. "Some place, huh?" He rubbed his forearms and tugged at the short sleeves of his Hawaiian print shirt. "Geez, it's like an igloo in here. The air conditioning must be set to Antarctica." "It's exactly like an igloo," I gushed. "A very elegant one." All of the hard surfaces were white marble or glass. Every piece of furniture was white leather or white lacquer. I had never seen anything like it that wasn't a film set. For an igloo, it was well lit. The windows were over 10 feet tall, filling the room with natural light. There must have been a swimming pool outside, because ripples from the reflection of sunshine on water danced across the penthouse's white walls. While I looked around in amazement, Lucky's gaze never strayed far from the elegant silver cart topped with crystal carafes and glasses. Portia returned and took a seat across from us, on a high-backed white leather chair. She watched us with a blank expression I couldn't read. Was she even capable of expressing emotion through her face? Or had the combination of Botox, fillers, and surgery rendered her permanently blank? Her lack of expression was disconcerting, yet I did feel sorry for her. It was hard being a woman in L.A., let alone an older woman. Leo had mentioned that Portia worked in the film industry. She must have felt pressured to keep her skin smooth in order to be taken seriously in her work, or to get dates. Lucky said, "Thank you for agreeing to meet with us, Mrs. Fitz. My colleague—" "Portia," she said crisply. "Call me Portia. I may have the Fitz name on paper, but I don't want to hear it said out loud." "Of course," Lucky said. "Portia." We were interrupted by a 20-something woman entering the sitting room with glasses of water on a silver tray. She was pretty, with dark blonde hair and lush eyelashes. Her eyes locked onto Lucky as she placed the drinks on the glass table in front of us. The water had thin slices of cucumber floating in it. Lucky flashed her a particularly big smile. "Cucumber slices," he said huskily. "It must be my lucky day." The young woman's cheeks filled with color. Lucky lifted his glass in her direction, and took a sip of the cucumber water. Portia cleared her throat and gave the young woman a sharp look. Miss Cucumber Water quickly disappeared. Lucky said to Portia, "Thank you again for your hospitality. One must always be prepared for surprise visits," she said cheerily. I took a sip of the cool cucumber water, watching the gracious woman over the top of my glass. Despite her stretched, flat features, she was smiling, the kind of genuine smile that goes from the mouth to the eyes. She was happy to be entertaining us, no matter what our business was. It had to be lonely living in a huge penthouse by one's self. Hired staff wasn't much company. Portia crossed her legs and leaned forward. "This is all very lovely, but we should attend to the matter at hand. What business may I help you with?" "As I mentioned at the door, we're here on behalf of your ex-husband, Leo Fitz." She nodded. "Is this another one of Leo's pointless crusades you're on? One of his wild goose chases?" She flashed her eyes, becoming more animated by the minute. She wasn't at all worried about why we were there. She was excited. By the gleam in her smoky, shadowed eyes, she was enjoying herself very much this morning, even without gin. Lucky leaned back and affected a relaxed pose, one arm stretched across the back of the sofa between us. "Mrs. Fitz, Portia, my client wishes to keep things civil. And to tell you the truth, I do too." Lucky wrinkled his nose. "I don't want to be the bad guy. All Leo wants is to get the painting back." "The painting?" Portia's posture remained stiff. Her nostrils flared. "The painting," she said again. "Do you know the painting I'm talking about?" Portia's eyelashes fluttered. "Yes." She uncrossed and recrossed her legs. "Leo's painting. Of course," she said. "His most beloved painting?" For someone who'd stolen the painting, she sure sounded uncertain. "That's the one," Lucky said. She nodded thoughtfully. Lucky continued. "I understand you were not a big fan of the artist who made the painting. A woman by the name of Hannah Otto." Portia's smooth forehead furrowed. Hannah Otto was not a name she enjoyed hearing. "I'm aware of the so-called artist who calls herself Hannah Otto," Portia said. "Such a silly name. 2 palindromes. She thinks she's so clever. Your ex-husband thinks she's clever and talented." Portia rolled her eyes. "Yes, I know. She was at his party on the weekend, and he wouldn't stop talking about her." Portia made chatty gestures with her right hand. "Hannah this, Hannah that. Isn't she wonderful? Her use of color is so inspiring." Portia stopped talking and made a retching sound. Lucky waved at the all-white interior. "And color isn't exactly your thing." Portia sighed. "I suppose a little color isn't bad, but that woman's work is garish. It's disturbing. Have you seen it?" She leaned forward, eager to dish. Lucky straightened the collar of his bright, garishly printed shirt. "I'm not exactly an expert on art," he said. "Or restraint with color." She gave him a bemused smile. "But at least it looks good on you." She let her eyes trail down his torso slowly. "All of the shapes on your canvas are just right." She licked her lips. "With your looks and coloring, Mr. Booker, you can wear anything you like." Her husky tone suggested that he could wear nothing at all if he liked. He shook a finger at her. "Don't you change the subject, you naughty girl. We were talking about the painting." "Fine." Portia rolled her eyes. It must have been upsetting for you to be around Hannah Otto at the party. Was that when you decided to play your little prank on Leo?" Coolly, she said, "I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about." I did a double take. She'd all but admitted to taking the art, but now she was playing dumb? This had to be the game playing the Booker brothers had talked about. Lucky stayed calm and on track. "You stole Leo's painting on Saturday night," he said. She held very still, like a deer caught in the headlights. Lucky didn't take his eyes off her. This was a new side of him I hadn't seen before. Back at the office, he'd let his brother drive the interview with Leo, while he'd made every attempt to change the topic. But now he was the hunter, and Portia was the prey. "While the party was in full swing, you slipped away and entered the unsecured wing," Lucky said. "You took the painting out of the frame, and then you walked off with it." He rubbed his hands and glanced around the white sitting room. "Now, if you'll be a good girl and fetch the painting for us, we'll be on our way." Portia narrowed her eyes at him. "Leo has multiple security cameras around the property." "That's true," Lucky said calmly. "Then you must know I didn't simply walk his hideous painting out of the house. I wouldn't have. If I'm going to play a prank on my ex-husband, I'd be a lot more careful than that." "Oh, but you were careful. You hid the painting inside of something before you smuggled it out." "I did?" Portia managed to cock one eyebrow without wrinkling her forehead. Her eyes continued to gleam with amusement. If she was a criminal, she was a smooth one. Lucky looked over at me and gave a light nod, as if to say, Go ahead and take a crack at her, Kacey Chance. I've softened her up for you." "Your purse," I said, off to an awkward start. "That night at the party, you had a designer purse with you. It was an unusual shape. Cute, but unusual." "Go on," Portia said neutrally. "It's so delightful to hear the thoughts of the younger generation, unless, of course, they're under my employ." I felt both of their eyes on me. "You can do this," I told myself. "It's just a scene with no script. Your character motivation is to catch the criminal." "Your purse was a cylinder," I said, using my hands to mime the shape in midair. "A long tube, like this. It would have easily held the painting if you rolled up the canvas and stuffed it in." Portia stared at me, frozen-faced, for a long moment before speaking. "Well, well," she said, turning to my boss. "The young one is a lot smarter than she looks." "Thanks," I said. "I think." Portia leaned back against her chair and crossed her arms. She didn't look at all ashamed to be caught and exposed as an art thief. If anything, she looked gleeful. Lucky said, "Level with us, Portia. What do you want out of this game?" The couch he and I were sharing shifted with a squeak as Lucky leaned forward in anticipation. His perennial grin looked almost maniacal. "Tell me what you want, and we can both get something out of this situation." "How so?" Portia kept her arms crossed, but she also leaned forward. Her strings of pearls lifted away from her bony clavicle. Lucky shrugged. "If your goal is to stir up some trouble, we could work together for maximum effect." His words hit me like a splash of icy cucumber water. Was he actually conspiring with our chief suspect? She nodded for him to keep talking. "My brothers and I could drag out this investigation for weeks," Lucky said. "That would give us a chance to pad the billable hours." His words hit me like more waves of cold water. My heart sunk. My suspicion had unfortunately been immediately confirmed. Lucky wanted to bilk Mr. Leo Fitz out of money. Lucky Booker might have been a skilled investigator, but he wasn't a good one. Not when it came to morals. Portia listened with gleeful anticipation as Lucky elaborated. After a few weeks, my assistant and I can discover the painting somewhere, he said. How about... He looked up at the shimmering water reflections dancing across the high ceiling. How about we miraculously locate the painting at a thrift store? Portia clapped her hands. An original Hannah Otto at a thrift store? Brilliant. I love it. I would, of course, cut you in on the profits, Lucky said. No need, she replied. Leo's suffering is all the payment I need. That's what I thought. She smiled maliciously. The girls are going to die when they hear about this. The girls? She waved a hand. Never mind about them. Do you have a particular thrift store in mind? Her gaze fell down to his tropical shirt. Perhaps the one where you do your wardrobe shopping? Lucky sucked in air between his teeth, pretending to be offended. Ouch. He waved a finger at her. You are a very naughty girl, Portia. Meow. She pretended to be a cat licking her front paw. My head was swimming. I felt like I might float up out of my body. Was I dreaming, or were Lucky and Portia actually flirting while conspiring to defraud her ex? I shouldn't be here, I thought. This isn't the job for me. This isn't the life for me. They paid no attention to me as they talked about LA second-hand stores and pawn shops. The whole excruciating time, I felt like a coiled spring that was getting tighter and tighter. Any minute, I might break. I couldn't sit by and listen to my new boss conspire with a criminal to defraud a client. Wouldn't that make me a criminal too? I wasn't a goody-goody two-shoes, but I had my limits. What I needed was to talk to someone sensible, someone who I could count on for wisdom. Susan. Her name came to me from the recesses of my mind like a bright orange life preserver. I could always count on Susan for sage advice, and best of all, she was only a phone call away. Just thinking about Susan made me feel like I could breathe again. Pardon me, I said, interrupting the conspirators. They both stared at me like I'd grown horns. I smiled sweetly. May I use your bathroom? Mine? Use whichever one you'd like, dear. She waved me toward the hallway, then returned to talking strategy with Lucky. Chapter 5. I made my way down the penthouse's all-white hallway. There were multiple doors, all closed and unmarked. I opened one door at random and peered inside. The room had a white marble tiled floor and bathroom fixtures. First try. Once inside the bathroom, I locked the door and went to the sink. Despite the chilly Antarctica air conditioning in the penthouse, I was sweating. First-day nervousness, plus witnessing my new boss break umpteen detective rules. I ran some cold water and splashed my cheeks with both hands. Like the rest of the penthouse, the bathroom was entirely white. It was also gigantic, bigger than some apartments I'd lived in. There was a luxurious bathtub, gleaming counters, and 2 sinks. There was even a bidet. People didn't put bathtubs and bidets in powder rooms, which meant I must have barged my way into Portia Fitz's personal washroom. Oops. So much for finding the guest powder room on my first try. I dried my face and sat on the edge of the tub, grateful for the cool surface under my butt. The tub was enameled iron, not scratched-up fiberglass like the one in my apartment. The sound of Lucky's laughter floated into the bathroom. He was having a wonderful time, scheming with Portia. They were two peas in a pod. What was I supposed to do? Shut my mouth and play along? I pulled my phone from my purse and made a call to someone I knew would give me sage advice. A cheery voice rang out on the other side of the call. Sunshine Temporary Placement Agency, this is Susan Mader speaking. How may I help you today? The sound of Susan's voice made my shoulders settle down 2 inches. Susan, it's Kacey. I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm cut out for this job at the detective agency. Kacey! She sounded genuinely happy to be hearing from me. Oh, honey, first day jitters happen to everyone. I'm sure you're doing a wonderful job. You're a smart, talented, capable young woman. You can do anything you set your mind to. Anything at all. A pep talk. I should have expected as much. Susan was a delightful woman with whom I'd struck up an unlikely phone friendship. She was almost twice my age, 42, and had 3 children, all boys. We'd never met in person, yet I knew as much about her as I did about friends I'd grown up with. Last month, she admitted it wasn't company policy to do daily checkups on temps. She called because she enjoyed our chats about our favorite movies and the cute actors we had crushes on. With my house full of guys, I don't get much girl talk, she'd said through giggles. Plus, I can live out my actress fantasies through you. I'd told her the whole point of getting a permanent placement was to put the actress dream on ice, but she'd placed me at the detective agency with the assurance I wouldn't have to stick it out for long before my big acting break came along. She took in a deep breath to continue her pep talk, but I cut her off. This job just isn't for me, I said. The problem is, Lucky Booker. He's a bad boy with a good face, like our favorite bad boy actors. He's trouble. But I didn't say any of that. I didn't want to speak ill of my employer and be labeled a complainer. Okay, maybe the problem is just me, I said resignedly. I sense there's more to the story, Kacey. A lot more. This isn't like you to give up so easily. I sidestepped her invitation to gossip and stuck to the point. Susan, what about those other jobs we talked about last week? I'm changing my mind about a permanent placement. Temporary is great. I knew it, she said with gusto. You're too good an actress to give up already. You got me, I lied. I've decided to keep my acting options open. Now, can you switch me to a temp job? Right away this week would be great, since I can't exactly act my way out of paying rent. There was the rat-a-tat sound of rapid keystrokes. Oopsie-daisy, Susan reported back. Those jobs I told you about before have all been snapped up. There's not much else available. Not much? Desperation made my voice rise up to a squeak. But there is something? More keystrokes. Then an ominous What? I asked. I'm not picky, Susan. You know that. There is one place that's hiring, but... More keystrokes. Oopsie-daisy. I'm surprised my boss took this one. This is the sort of thing we usually don't touch with a 10-foot pole. Is it unethical? Illegal? Immoral? Would I be jumping from the frying pan into the fire? There's a house cleaning company that's expanding in Los Angeles right now. Rapid growth. They do residential cleaning services, and they're doing a ton of promotion. They offer a free house cleaning to get clients hooked. By the looks of their hiring quota, business is going extremely well. Gangbusters. I can clean houses, Susan. I've done worse. When can I start? She answered hesitantly. You could check in tomorrow for training and, uniform fitting. More keyboard typing. Then a gasp. Oh dear. It's worse than I thought. Never mind about this one. I'll find something better for you. Stick it out with the detective agency for the rest of the week, and I'll see what I can do for Monday. 5 days of being Lucky Booker's sidekick? By Friday, we'd probably be robbing banks. What's wrong with the cleaning company? I asked. You have to wear a French-maid uniform. So? I'd worn uniforms for jobs before. Every fast food place had a uniform. There's a photo on file. Oh, Kacey, it looks like something a filthy mistress would wear. She lowered her voice to a whisper. It makes the Hooters uniform look tasteful and conservative. Gotcha, I said, shuddering as the idea made my skin crawl. Maybe the cleaning company was a legitimate one with a creative marketing strategy, but more likely it was the sort of place that preyed on all the hopeful young women who flocked to L.A. with big dreams of stardom. The sort of place everyone back home warned me about. I wish I could help you more, Susan said. Can you stick it out a few more days with this job? What's wrong, anyway? You tell me if something's wrong, I said, and then I told her all about my first day. Getting grilled by Tippy Booker, taking notes in the meeting, and speaking up only to embarrass myself, then being treated like Lucky's partner in crime. Susan chuckled. And you thought detective work would be all about helping people and getting justice. I'm so naive. I sighed into the phone. I'm such a cliché, aren't I? You're just young, she said. To be perfectly honest, your day sounds a heck of a lot more fun than a whole week of what I do. Mondays are the worst. Before you called, I was building a rubber ball out of elastic bands. Again? What happened to Bouncy? I'd heard about her first rubber ball and the name she gave it. It's time Bouncy got a girlfriend. I feigned interest, and Susan talked about her plans for a new ball made entirely of red rubber bands to go with Bouncy, the blue ball. I listened and stared at the bathroom door. A sense of calm washed over me. My morning had been tough, but at least I hadn't been bored into building toys out of office supplies and giving them names. After a moment, I said, It's been good to hear your voice, Susan. She exhaled audibly. Yes, I suppose we should both get back to our jobs. You know what? If it's so bad there, I can authorize you to go home right now. You'll still get paid for the full day. No need, I said, swinging my arm to get some bravado in my voice. I can do this. It's just first-day jitters. That's my girl, she said. We said our goodbyes, then I refreshed my makeup and got ready to face my boss again. I yanked open the door. To my utter bafflement, the door didn't lead to the hallway. This wasn't the door I'd come in through. This one led to a closet full of clothes. The bathroom had 2 identical doors, and I had gotten them mixed up. Like the bathroom, the closet was spacious and gleaming white, except for the clothes, which were mostly black. The closet looked like a magazine advertisement for luxurious storage systems. Some of the white cabinets had glass doors protecting red carpet-worthy gowns. Hidden lighting strips cast a soft glow on everything, making countless sequins sparkle. At the center of the room was a jewelry display case, all glass and mirrors, reflecting a seemingly infinite sea of gemstones and gold. The only splash of color was a red velvet settee, perfect for a dainty lady to recline on with a glass of champagne. I didn't dare enter the closet, but my eyes took it all in greedily. Portia had not 1, but 2 towering cases full of purses. My greedy eyes stopped with a start on one purse in particular. It was a long cylinder, like a quiver for arrows, the one she'd used to smuggle the painting. Something took hold of me. Call it curiosity, or better yet, call it a renewed commitment to my job as a junior investigator. I stepped into the closet, walked past the gleaming jewelry and the red fainting couch, and grabbed the purse. Was the painting we'd been hired to find still inside? My lungs felt spacious, like my chest was expanding, yet I couldn't catch my breath. My head felt like a helium balloon that might float away. I yanked open the purse. No painting. Crushing disappointment brought me back to earth. My arms drooped from my shoulders. Even my head felt heavy. No way, I groaned under my breath. Not only was there no painting inside the purse, but there wasn't even room for a painting. The purse had a false bottom, and the lower 2/3 were filled with something solid yet lightweight. Foam, probably. It made sense now that I was looking inside the purse. Portia's arms were skinny and long enough to reach the bottom, but it wouldn't be dignified to be rooting around for her lipstick at the bottom of such a long tube. Could she have removed the foam for the night of the party? I checked. It was glued in securely. I put the purse back on the shelf and stared at it. Something didn't add up. If the purse couldn't hold the painting, had Portia used a different method to smuggle out the painting? Had she even stolen it at all? I reviewed the exchange between Portia and Lucky. They say hindsight is 20/20. I couldn't recall every word spoken, but Portia hadn't seemed to know about the painting until Lucky had spelled it all out for her. The airy feeling returned to my chest. I was onto something. Portia wasn't playing a game on her ex. She was playing one on Lucky. But you can't play a player. Lucky must have known she was playing him. In this new light, my boss's actions weren't so reprehensible after all. I was bursting with excitement to tell him about my findings with the purse, but I had to wait until we were alone. It didn't take long for him to conclude his scheming with Portia, then for her to show us out of the penthouse. As soon as we were alone in the building's hallway, I told him everything. His response was to grin and say, "You were snooping around in Portia's closet? Wow, I had no idea you were so devious." "Curious," I said. "It was curiosity." "Sure it was," he said knowingly. We reached the elevator, but rather than press the call button, he turned on his heel and marched back to Portia's penthouse. He banged on the door and said, "Open up, Portia, you naughty girl." She must not have gotten far, because she opened the door immediately. "Did you forget something, Mr. Booker?" "Proof," he said. "If you have Leo's painting, prove it." She clutched a hand to her chest and blinked rapidly. Some wrinkles broke free of the Botox and fillers. "I wouldn't keep that hideous thing in my residence." "Tell me something," he said. "Did you damage the painting when you rolled it up and stuffed it in your purse?" She pressed her lips together tightly, then spat out, "Of course not. I was very careful." "Ha!" Lucky thumbed in my direction. "You didn't use your purse to smuggle anything. My assistant found it in your closet. That purse is full of foam. You didn't steal the painting." She leaned limply against the doorframe. Tiredly, she said, "I didn't take anything from Leo's party." "You only went along with what I said because you wanted to mess with your ex-husband," Lucky said. "Why? Leo's a good guy. He invited you to his party. Why would you want to mess with him? He's a good guy, maybe, but he's a lousy husband. The only thing he really cares about is that ridiculous dog, Fiona." She rolled her eyes. "He should have married her." Lucky nodded. "Maybe he should have." Portia's eyes unfocused. Dreamily, she said, "And I should have listened to Leo's friend, August, and married him instead. Now, August, there's a good man." "We all make mistakes," Lucky said. Portia didn't say anything. Her maid or assistant appeared behind her, asking if everything was okay. Portia shooed the young woman away with a careless hand fling. "I'm feeling a bit cross with you, Portia." Lucky said. She snapped to attention, like a dog being summoned. Oh? She leaned toward him eagerly. A bit cross, you say? That's right. You did waste my time. But you can make it up to me by telling me who actually stole the painting. She tipped her head back and let out an unladylike laugh. When she'd composed herself, she said to Lucky, You could start by looking at all the other women Leo's loved and then tossed aside. But I should warn you, it's a pretty long list. I was afraid you'd say that. Is there any name in particular that pops into your head? Hannah Otto, she said. That crazy woman was spouting some nonsense at the party about taking a chainsaw to her paintings. A chainsaw? Portia waved a hand. You know how those artist types are. Everything has to be so dramatic. They simply must be the center of attention at all times. Was she talking about taking a chainsaw to Leo's paintings? She did mention his name. Portia shrugged, making her glittering outfit catch a wave of light. You should pay her a visit at her studio. The neighborhood alone is worth the price of admission. Maybe I will pay Hannah Otto a visit, Lucky said. With my trusty assistant, of course. Chapter 6. Lucky thanked Portia for her tip about Hannah Otto threatening to use a chainsaw on her own paintings, and then we left Portia to her day. When we got back to the car, there was a parking ticket waiting for us. I plucked the paper from the windshield wiper and waved it at Lucky. He avoided eye contact, whistling a snappy tune as he got in the driver's side. Once we were on the freeway, Lucky snatched the parking ticket from my hand, unrolled his window slightly, and let the ticket flutter away. Fly away, trouble, he said. Your brother's going to kill you, I said. He hasn't killed me yet. He shot me a quick glance and a grin. Don't worry about the ticket, Chance. I'll log in and pay it online. If you say so, I said. Just like all the other tickets Harrison had been freaking out about that morning. A few minutes passed. Lucky didn't find anything he liked on the radio stations, so he asked me, What are you stewing about over there? You've gone silent on me. I'm not stewing. I'm thinking. What are you thinking about? I had been imagining how I'd look in a skimpy French maid uniform, cleaning houses for LA's finest perverts. But I wasn't going to tell him that. Random life stuff, I said nonchalantly. Leo Fitz is our best client, Lucky said. I would never pad the hours to rip him off. What you saw back there in the penthouse, that was all an act, to get information out of Portia. Sure, I said. If you say so. As a matter of fact, I was going to demand that she show me the painting before we got any further, for real. But then you came out of the bathroom with that look on your face, and I knew something was up. Me? Oh, please. I have a poker face. If you say so, he said with a teasing tone. If you say so. We pulled into the parking lot shared between the agency and Doyle's diner. Lucky pulled the car into a spot marked Booker Brothers Client Parking. Lucky turned to me with a mischievous smile. Do you know what I'm going to say? I looked at the sign, then at Lucky's sparkling eyes. Don't tell Harrison? You're catching on. Not bad for an actress. We'll make a detective out of you yet. We got out of the car, and he led the way around the side of the building and along the front. Lucky slowed as he passed the diner's windows. He leaned in to look through the reflections on the glass. Then, instead of entering the building through the door leading to the office, he swung open the door to the diner. The intoxicating scent of fried potatoes wafted out. Lunchtime, Lucky said. Come on, my treat. Shouldn't we go up and check with your brother? He's not the boss of us. Not you, but he's technically the boss of me. Lucky waved me into the diner. "Come on. We could have ordered by now. Don't make me stand here with the door open. I'm letting all the flies out." "Don't you mean you're letting the flies in?" "It's a joke, Chance." He slipped ahead of me, letting the door hit me on the butt. Message received. Lucky strode through the restaurant, past formica tables and cracked vinyl chairs. The interior had a pink glow. There was a cherry-red neon sign on the far wall, spelling out the name of the place. Doyle's. The place had a classic 50s feel. The floor was checkered, red and white tiles, and roughed up from several decades of customers. The dining area was split from the kitchen by a long counter with bolted-down circular stools. The perimeter was lined with cozy booths. Glass bottles of ketchup and chrome napkin dispensers sat on every table. At the kitchen window pass, a waitress was picking up several huge burgers and fries. She stacked them skillfully on her arms before delivering them to a table of men in plaid shirts. They must have been construction workers. Their hard hats and safety vests were stacked on the seat of the empty booth behind them. Lucky greeted two waitresses, both wearing khaki-brown short-sleeved dresses. As far as uniforms went, the dresses were cute. Better than a French maid outfit suitable for, as Susan had so quaintly put it, a filthy mistress. "Looking good, Andrea," Lucky said. Then, "Molly, you are rocking that new haircut." Andrea was blonde and pixie-like, about 30, with bright green eyes. She returned his greeting with an easy smile, then got back to restocking a cooler. Molly, who looked about 40, giggled and patted her hair. She had a dark brown bob flipped out around her shoulders. The haircut did flatter her soft, round face. She was indeed rocking it. "Anything to get a compliment from you, Lucky," Molly said. Andrea pulled her head out of the cooler she'd been restocking and rolled her eyes. "Get a room, you two," she quipped. "Gladly," Molly said eagerly, eyes flashing. "What do you say, Lucky?" Lucky pointed a finger gun at Molly. "Naughty girl," he said. "I know you'd just break the bed, and probably me, too." This sent the two waitresses into a tizzy of laughter. Lucky continued walking to a large corner booth. The table was already occupied by two men. The older man had gray hair, and the other one had dark hair and a mustache. The gray-haired man looked oddly familiar, although I was certain we hadn't met. My memory for faces was excellent, which had come in handy in the film world. I stared at him. Who was he? The dark-haired man was less mysterious. I'd never seen him before, but he wore a green apron over a chef's shirt. He worked at the diner, I guessed. Lucky introduced us. "Kacey, these two troublemakers are Doyle Keaton and Frederick Fitz." Both of the names rung bells in my head. I shook Doyle Keaton's hand. "Doyle as in Doyle's? This must be your diner." "Guilty as charged." He gave me a firm handshake, pumping my arm vigorously. I had to grab the edge of the table with my free hand to steady myself. Doyle of Doyle's Diner had thick, dark brown hair and an equally thick mustache. He had high cheekbones and large ears that stuck out well beyond his hair. He had a look that, if he'd been an actor, would get him typecast as the well-meaning but dim-witted father in a sitcom. I pried my hand from Doyle's tight grasp and turned to the older man. "Your last name is Fitz?" He nodded as he shook my hand. His handshake might have been normal, but it felt weak after Doyle's. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Fitz." Lucky interjected. "If Fitzy's mug looks familiar, it's because you just met his brother this morning." "Ah," I said, "you're Leo's brother." "Call me Fitzy," the man said. "And yes, I'm Leo's less successful but better-looking brother." This made Doyle guffaw loudly. Was Fitzy better-looking than his brother Leo? His hair was more salt and pepper than Leo's, not entirely gray. He was a few years younger, around 70. Like his brother, Fitzy had a trim, athletic build and a likable face. Fitzy asked Lucky, "What's my brother bothering you with now?" "You know that's confidential," Lucky intoned seriously. Fitzy snorted. "It's probably a waste of time, as usual. Leo should learn to take good advice when it's given. If he'd come to me with his problems, I'd get them sorted out. But no." Fitzy gave me an apologetic look and explained, "My big brother's mission in life is to take a small molehill of a mess and turn it into a giant mountain of trouble." Lucky shrugged. "Molehills don't pay the bills. I need to get paid so that you get paid. It's the circle of life in L.A." Fitzy leaned back and stretched his arms across the back of the booth. He took a breath and resumed talking, as though he was just getting warmed up and could rant about his brother all day. "That Leo," he said, scoffing. "It really is a mystery to me why my brother is known as the rich one when I'm the one with all the talent and the brains." Doyle guffawed again. Fitzy continued, "Leo wastes more money than most people will ever see. With him, everything has to be big and extravagant. But big is boring, like all of his Hollywood parties. They're too big to be interesting. He had another one last weekend. I didn't have anything better to do, so I went, and for one reason only." He puffed up his chest. "The one thing that makes Leo's big parties bearable is the catering company he uses. They make the most wonderful shrimp puffs. In fact, Leo assured me there would be shrimp puffs at the party. And you know what?" He paused for drama. Doyle leaned in, lips parted under his thick mustache. "No shrimp puffs," Fitzy finished. "None." Doyle pulled back his head and made a raspberry sound with his rubbery lips. "He shouldn't promise shrimp puffs and then not deliver. That's not right." Doyle lifted his chin. "Tell your brother to hire us to do the catering next time." Fitzy, who still had his arms outstretched along the booth, let one hand fall forward to clap Doyle on the back. "People want shrimp puffs, Doyle, not food poisoning." Doyle's head whipped back and his arms crossed over his torso. He shot a hurt look at me before dropping his arms at his sides and letting out a sharp, "Ah, good one, Fitzy." Lucky, who'd been standing next to me, stepped forward and rested his knuckles on the table so he was practically leaning over Fitzy. In a low tone, he said, "That must be why you stole Leo's beloved painting. To get back at your brother for being richer than you and for not serving shrimp puffs." Fitzy sputtered and tilted his head to the side. "What? You think I—" He ran a hand through his salt and pepper hair. "What?" He looked at Doyle, at me, then at Lucky again. "Someone stole a painting?" He scratched the back of his head. "From Leo?" "That's right." Lucky leaned forward another inch. "What do you know about it? You were there when it happened. You must have seen or heard something." Fitzy sputtered again. He held both of his hands out, palms up. "First of all, I don't appreciate what you're insinuating, Mr. Booker. Second of all, I don't know anything about a painting. How would I? These days, Leo runs straight to you boys whenever he has a problem. He doesn't ask me for help." Lucky slowly pulled back, dragging his knuckles along the table before they dropped off. "That's too bad you didn't see anything," he said, his arm dropping limply at his side. "I shouldn't have broken confidence. Can I trust you two gentlemen to keep this information under your hats, so to speak?" Fitzy waved a hand. "It's already forgotten." Doyle rubbed his thick, dark brown mustache. "What painting?" He gave us a goofy grin, then patted the red vinyl seat next to him. "Are you going to take a load off or what? You're making me nervous standing there like a couple of health inspectors." "Sit," Fitzy commanded. "It's lunchtime." The two men shifted around the corner table to make room. Lucky slid in next to the diner owner, and I took the spot on the end. Doyle asked me, "Is this your first day, Kelly?" "It's Kacey," I corrected. Doyle guffawed. "That's not a name," he said. "That's just 2 letters, K and C. Where's the rest of your name?" My jaw clenched. "I've never heard that one before," I lied. Doyle's laugh boomed across the diner. Then he wrinkled his nose, sniffing audibly. He turned to Fitzy and said, "Would you mind letting me out? I smell something burning in the kitchen. I'd better get back there." Fitzy slid over and let the man out. Lucky said, "Nothing's burning back there, Doyle. That's just how it always smells in here." "Ha ha," Doyle said. He made a gesture like he was tipping a hat, and he headed toward the kitchen, refastening his apron strings as he walked. We ordered lunch from one of the waitresses, and the other one brought us our order. I had a grilled chicken burger with fries, extra pickles. Lucky had a toasted BLT and potato chips. The 3 of us chatted, and I found out that Frederick Fitzy, was the owner of the building that housed both the diner and the detective agency. He had a number of rental properties around the city. That was why Lucky had cited the circle of life in L.A. Fitzy's brother Leo would be paying the bookers so that they could pay the rent. Our landlord had already eaten with Doyle, so he used the opportunity of us eating to talk. He regaled us with tales of his unparalleled brilliance and wit. According to Fitzy, he could easily get twice as much rent from his tenants due to his excellent negotiation skills. Instead, he chose to give small businesses a break on their rent, since he was such a decent guy. He understood how hard it was to make honest money in L.A. Besides, the real value was in holding the real estate long term. He didn't get to enjoy his brother Leo's lavish Hollywood lifestyle, but he didn't waste his money on parties either. Every dollar Fitzy made was reinvested in property holdings. He suggested that he might technically be the wealthier Fitz brother, if you took into account future asset values. Toward the end of our meal, Doyle returned to ask how the food had been. "Best chicken burger I've ever had," I said, and it was the absolute truth. The guys had teased Doyle so much about the diner that I'd had my doubts, but the chicken had been fresh, high quality, and perfectly cooked. Even the tomato and lettuce had been flavorful and juicy. As for the fries, well, it was hard to screw up fries, but they had been excellent. Doyle beamed with pride. "You're my new favorite customer," he said. "I'd love to stay and take more compliments, but I have to get ready for the big event." He rubbed his hands together. "It's coupon night." Fitzy groaned. "Doyle, not the coupons again." Doyle pointed a finger at his landlord. "Oh, I'm running the coupons, and it's going to be a huge success. Just you wait and see. There'll be a lineup down the block." Fitzy shook his head. "Why don't you use my suggestion instead? The gumball machine prize." "Coupon night is a proven winner," Doyle insisted. Fitzy kept shaking his head. "You're going to stain the reputation of the address itself. When you go out of business, as you inevitably will, I'm going to have a terrible time finding another tenant for this place." "You'll see." Doyle bounced his eyebrows in a comical way as he grabbed my empty plate. "I'll take a doggy bag," Lucky said, handing over his barely touched sandwich. "Sure thing." Doyle took both plates and hurriedly walked away. As soon as Doyle was gone, Fitzy resumed the role of chief talker. Most of Fitzy's real estate holdings were commercial buildings. He always gave his tenants advice to improve their business, so that they might be able to pay more rent in the future. "That's the genius of cooperation," Fitzy said, rapping his knuckles on his temple. It's called Synergy. One of his most genius plans involved a flower shop. They'd had a tough year trying to compete against the giants in bouquet delivery. Fitzy's solution was for the florist to develop one of those new apps everyone was using. They could use phone apps to outsource the delivery service to people who were already in their cars making those trips. It was actually a good idea, just not appropriate for a tiny, family-run flower shop. The scale was off. Some of his other ideas weren't as good. He often tried to get two unrelated businesses who rented space from him to work together in ways that weren't logical. He wanted his second-run movie theater to partner with the tire shop Fitzy rented a garage to and print advertisements for tire rotation and new tires on the side of popcorn bags. He was so blinded by the brilliance of his own idea that he didn't realize movie theaters were dark, and people were unlikely to see ads on popcorn bags, let alone read them. At last, when I couldn't take another one of Fitzy's stories about his brilliant business ideas without screaming, it was time to leave the diner. Lucky and I headed upstairs to report to Harrison about the visit to Portia's penthouse and see if he had any leads. Chapter 7. We found Harrison Booker sitting at his desk, exactly where he'd been when we'd left hours earlier. His tie was now loosened, and the top button on his shirt was undone. His hair, which had been neatly combed, was now tousled. His hair looked cute tousled, like he had bed hair. He glanced up at us briefly before resuming his task without comment. He thumbed through a stack of paper while using the end of a pen to tap on a calculator. I could hear the clack of the pen on the calculator buttons from the front entrance. He wasn't making much noise, but he was communicating frustration. The reception desk, my desk, now held several stacks of files that hadn't been there when we'd left. I asked Lucky, should I try filing these? Or are they on my desk for some other reason? He seemed amused by the question, so I asked, this is my desk, right? It's yours now, he said. And sure, you can try filing those, if you can figure out where they go. Luckily for me, I had jotted down filing notes while Tippy had given me the whirlwind tour earlier that morning. The blue folders were to be arranged alphabetically. They went in the tall black cabinets across the room. The dark gray folders were inactive cases to be filed by year, not to be confused with the light gray files. Those were active, also filed by year in different cabinets. I got to work. Lucky walked over to Harrison's desk and dropped the doggy bag from Doyle's, which was actually a styrofoam clamshell container, in front of Harrison. Harrison opened the container without comment, took out the second half of Lucky's sandwich, and frowned. There's a bite taken out of this BLT. Lucky took a seat on the corner of his brother's desk. Don't worry, Harry. It was just me, not one of Doyle's kitchen rats. Harrison groaned, but he took a bite anyway, and another. He chewed quickly and took a third bite. Through a mouthful of leftover BLT, Harrison asked how things went at Portia Fitz's. Dead end, Lucky said gravely. Leo was right to be suspicious of the old gal. She's a piece of work, but she didn't take the painting. Harrison made a disappointed sound. I didn't mean to be listening in, but the office was open plan, and there wasn't even any music playing to cover their conversation. The brothers didn't seem concerned about me overhearing them and continued talking. Lucky explained how he and I had worked as a team to find the purse. Then, to our colossal disappointment, we'd found out about the foam glued inside. Oh well, Harrison said. If they all wrapped up in half a day, we'd be out of jobs. He finished chewing the sandwich and licked his fingers. That was the best BLT I've ever had. From Doyle's hands to your mouth. Harrison grimaced. Don't ruin it. He opened his desk drawer, pulled out a pre-moistened wipe, and cleaned off his hands. Now what? He crumpled the wipe and prepared to toss it several feet into a wastebasket. It was a tricky shot, but he made it. He whisper-yelled the sound of a crowd cheering. We should look at the artist, Lucky said. Hannah Otto. Why would she steal her own painting when she could just paint another one? She was overheard at the party talking about using a chainsaw on her artwork. Harrison pinched the bridge of his nose. Artists, he said. You could go interview her if you want. Why should I have all the fun? Harrison snorted. She's all yours. I just need an address, and I'll head over there right now. Lucky clapped his hands together and slid off of Harrison's desk. His movement knocked a stack of papers to the floor. Lucky grabbed the papers haphazardly and dumped them on the desk. Harrison plucked a handful off the top and waved them. Lucky, do you know what these are? Letters of praise from our many satisfied customers? Parking tickets. 17 of them. That many, huh? And I can tell by the addresses that you didn't even get them while on company business. Lucky frowned and reached for the papers. Are you sure about that? You spend too much time indoors in bad light, Harry. You probably need reading glasses. Harrison yanked the papers out of his brother's reach. I don't need reading glasses. He stood and leaned forward with his hands on his desk. And why is the company paying the lease on such an expensive car anyway? It's wasteful. Dad wouldn't approve of it. Lucky put his hands on the other side of the desk and leaned toward his brother in a mirrored gesture. There's not much Dad would approve of, so what's your point? We don't need the car, and we certainly don't need the parking tickets. It's just the cost of doing business, Harry. You have to drive a successful-looking car and park wherever you need to. You wouldn't want me to be late meeting a client. If you want to be on time for a meeting, leave early. You don't have to speed. Harrison did a double-take. Have you been getting speeding tickets too? What's the big deal? We can write them off against our taxes. A business needs to have a profit first, before there are even any taxes to write expenses against. Lucky, whose forehead had nearly been touching his brother's, abruptly leaned back and straightened up. Is the business in bad shape? Harrison was silent, looking down instead of meeting his brother's gaze. Lucky pressed on. How bad is it? Harrison loosened his tie and undid another button on his shirt, still looking down. You need to talk to me, Lucky said. We're partners. I know. Harrison tidied some papers into a neat stack. Tell you what. You stick to being the charming and clever one and leave the accounting to me. I've got some ideas. He swiped the stack of mail off the desk and dropped them in the drawer. The brothers stared at each other for a long moment. The file drawer I'd been opening let out a dramatic squeak. I put the files away and closed it with another dramatic squeak that went on forever. Focus on the case for now, Harrison said. Go see Hannah Otto. He cracked the smallest of smiles. If she pulls out a chainsaw, run for the door. You don't want to come with me? Take the new girl. I'll be busy here. Busy breaking another calculator? You should be getting billable hours. That's the only way we're going to get out of the pit. I've got billable work. I've, got to talk to Leo about getting the security camera footage from the house. If Hannah Otto doesn't pan out, we can see who else might have smuggled out the painting. I'll need an address. Harrison plopped down in his chair with a weary sigh and started tapping on his keyboard. After a few minutes, he reported, according to Hannah Otto's social media accounts, she's at her studio working on a piece right now. Harrison wrote down the address and handed it to Lucky. Lucky turned to me, the sticky note stuck to his finger. He looked at my clean desk and asked, "Where'd all the files go?" "In the filing cabinets, where they belong." "Nicely done." He offered me a high five. I had to stand on my tiptoes to meet his high five. Our palms made a pleasant smack. "We're off," Lucky called over his shoulder. "One more thing," Harrison said, not looking up from his computer screen. With an exasperated tone, he said, "When you get back, don't park the car in the customer parking spot. There are 10 other spaces you can use." Chapter 8. According to Harrison's directions, Hannah's painting studio was somewhere among the rows and rows of warehouses in an old shipping yard. We drove until we reached a barrier. There was a metal bar that extended across the road and acted as a security gate, for vehicles at least, which meant that Lucky and I were on foot for the remainder of our search. I had to keep reminding myself that we were looking for a painting, not a body, as Lucky and I wandered through at least a mile of towering warehouses. We were in an area of the city I'd never been to, and I did not feel like I had been missing anything. Asphalt, roughly the width of a single-lane road, divided corrugated metal walls that rose out of the ground for several stories. The buildings blocked the sun from reaching the ground, which left us in pools of eerie shadows. We passed a rusty garage-style door, chained shut with what must have been 6 feet of chain. "Interesting location choice for an art studio," Lucky remarked. Attached to a signpost that warned there was no parking overnight, there was an old frame of a bike that was now missing both wheels and the handlebars. Despite the spooky creaks and distant slams of old metal, Lucky meandered down the small street like he owned the place. Generally, I considered myself to be a glass half full, assume the best kind of person, but I wasn't stupid. You didn't live on your own in a city like L.A., not to mention in your early 20s as a woman, and not jump to high alert in a place like this. Lucky showed no fear. Was he naive, or did he have the self-defense skills to back up that swagger? I was looking at Lucky in his two-toned Hawaiian t-shirt that was cuffed at the sleeves, imagining how he might do in a fight, when he darted down an even narrower stretch of asphalt. He walked a few yards between a shipping container and another looming warehouse building to where there was a thick silver door. Add some magnets, and it almost looked like a beat-up old fridge. I counted 5 stories, although it was difficult to tell if each small window marked its own floor or not. On the ground, there were faded white block letters next to the building. "Lot B43, I read aloud. "Is that the one?" "It should be." Lucky scratched his head and scanned the empty alley on either side of us. He was about to knock when the giant fridge door clicked and swung open with a low groan. Standing in the doorway, with a very pleasant and calm expression, was a small red-headed woman, around the age of 50. She wore a washed-out green tank top and loose black pants that gathered at the ankle. Over the top of her clothes, and slightly askew, was an apron covered in every imaginable color of paint. If I had to guess, I'd say the original fabric would have been yellow, but she didn't ask me to guess. "Come in," was all she said. And before Lucky had time to open his mouth and ask if she was indeed the Hannah Otto we were looking for, she disappeared into the dim space beyond the door. Lucky smirked at me, and a bright flicker of intrigue appeared in his eyes. He shrugged and stepped through the doorway. I quickly closed the remaining gap between us and stepped in after him. I hadn't thought it was all that bright outside, but it was enough of a transition that for a few moments I stumbled blindly down a small hallway. "Oomph," Lucky said. My eyes took a moment to adjust, and I had accidentally bumped into his wide back. He'd stopped and was about to climb up a ladder. "Wait your turn, will you, Chance?" he said playfully. I watched him ascend. It wasn't exactly a ladder. It was relatively steep and the steps were narrow, but the angle wasn't too harsh. All of a sudden, light poured down from the gap in the ceiling above. Lucky must have reached the top. I held on to the cool railings and climbed. When I popped my head up into the light and saw the shiny brown leather of Lucky's shoes, I had to blink the light back into my eyes. The ladder kept going past the floor like a fireman's pole, and I lifted myself up the rest of the way. Once I stepped to the side onto the firm floor, Lucky replaced his outstretched hand at his side. His mouth turned down a little at the corners, and he nodded, in the way people do when they are surprised and impressed. I lifted my left foot off the ground and tapped my flat sole with one hand and tapped my temple with the other. I knew the no heels would pay off. I just didn't realize it would be on my very first day. I'd almost forgotten that this wasn't all brand new to me. That afternoon, it somehow already felt like I'd been on the case for weeks. I'd momentarily forgotten to locate our suspect, if we could call her that. The room was bright and wide open, and at first it proved a little difficult to find her small frame in the sea of easels, tables covered in paint, and wooden boards of all shapes and sizes. The space was incredibly large. We stood on one level of a loft. Below, there were even more painting supplies and finished pieces, some of which were displayed, and others were stacked and leaned precariously at odd angles. Lucky and I must have walked past a dozen or more of those warehouses, but I hadn't grasped their actual volume from the outside. Light streamed in through 3 windows that were the size of walls. I wasn't sure what I had expected in the way of hospitality. I had never been around an artist of the painting variety, but I was surprised to see that about 20 feet away, the red-headed elfin woman was back at work. Lucky and I approached her, carefully passing other pieces and stacks of boxes as we went. She was engrossed in a painting of... I really had no idea. It could have been the way that some hair was catching the light, or the movement of water, or the root system of a plant. I wanted to ask, but there were more pressing questions to be answered. "Hannah Otto?" Lucky said her name like a question. "Just Hannah is fine," she said. Her eyes stayed focused on her paintbrush. "My colleague and I, Kacey—" "How do you do?" Hannah interrupted, pausing from her work briefly to give me a nod. She had a very subtle accent. French, I thought. Lucky continued. "My name is Lucky Booker. I'm acting on behalf of Leo Fitz as our private investigator. Hannah, we're here to get the painting back. We know about your intentions to saw it in half." Lucky's voice was charming, but firm. At this, Hannah smiled and her paintbrush stilled. She placed it down on the edge of the paint-splattered easel and faced us in a way that allowed me to see her properly for the first time. Hannah Otto was a petite, vibrant woman. She had a strong chin and high cheekbones that were generously rouged. Besides her wide lips and deep-set green eyes, everything about her was dainty and slight. She had the grace of a ballerina in the way she moved languidly about her studio. Most of her light ginger hair fell just above her shoulders, with a messy little knot on top, held in place with a paintbrush. "I did hear about the theft of my painting," Hannah said, eyeing us. She squinted slightly, not quite hiding an inner twinkle of mischief. "But I'm afraid what I said at the party was misinterpreted." "How do you misinterpret chainsawing a painting in half?" said Lucky. He chuckled to himself. Hannah raised her eyebrows at him. Like this, Hannah began, and mimicked Lucky's cavalier tone. I had to physically bite down on my tongue to keep from laughing myself. Many years ago, I did a series for another lover. After we broke up in a fit of passionate rage, I used a chainsaw to cut the paintings in half. Hannah may have been in the throes of a passionate rage then, but now she was very nonchalant about the subject as she spoke. It turns out the value increased by 100-fold from what I would have been able to sell them for intact. She paused for a moment and gave a wide smile. I'm still very fond of Leo, and I wish I could have done the same for him and made the value increase. But alas, I couldn't do it now. I don't have any hatred in my heart for dear Leo. It wouldn't be authentic. Hannah said the last word in French and made a little flourish with her hand. Then she picked up a palette beside her and began mixing an inky shade of blue. You don't feel resentful at all? I asked her. It was strange that Portia clearly still felt very strongly about her history with Leo, and Hannah appeared so mellow. No, my dear. I know how to let things go, unlike some people. Do you mean anyone in particular? Portia, perhaps? Lucky asked. At this, Hannah threw her small head back and laughed. No. Portia is incredibly well-balanced, if little on the dramatic side at times. All of the girls are. We have each other. Hannah added some of the midnight blue color to the painting, and then changed her mind and wiped it off. Hannah, what do you mean by the girls? Lucky asked. Hannah acted surprised that we didn't know what she had meant. There are about a dozen of us, or maybe one or two more, all exes of Leo. We have an email chain, if you can believe it. We've become dear friends over the past couple of decades. It's all thanks to Leo. I grappled with the idea of becoming friends in such a way. It was just like a movie. So Hollywood. That's how I knew about the painting. Portia filled us all in this morning. Despite wishing Leo no ill will, I have to say it has been quite comical imagining what has become of the painting. Perhaps once it's found, if it's found, it will be worth more after all, Hannah added. Lucky tilted his head to the side. He kept pursing and then opening his lips as if to speak, but no words came out. He reminded me of a big, handsome goldfish, finally realizing he was swimming in circles. I was at a loss as well. I had anticipated this case would be an easy one to solve, and it appeared Lucky did too. It felt like every new lead led somewhere else, further and further from the source. Lucky and I thanked Hannah for her time. When Lucky said we'd leave her to it and get out of her hair, Hannah was put out. Take your time to look around if you like, she said. Not many get to be in the inner sanctum. Lucky shifted on his feet, suddenly taking up more space with his broad shoulders than he'd had before. I would think not, if you have to go through a tunnel to get in here. Lucky laughed loudly. He had evidently emerged from the state he'd been in, but he'd forgotten that Hannah was more than capable of putting him in his place. Oh, no, dear, you came in the back entrance, Hannah said simply. She motioned to the far wall with the windows and to the open space below. There are several doors there, detective, Hannah said. She smirked, but not unkindly. I enjoyed seeing Lucky and his cheeky personality get a run for its money. Apparently, so did he. Lucky dropped the more arrogant tone and chuckled through his grin. He took in the garage-style sliding door across the room and two more regular ones beside it. He bowed his head in concession. We assured Hannah we would love to look around, which made her smile and place a hand over her chest. "Remember, many of them are works in progress," she said. She'd already turned back toward her current piece and went to work at mixing a rather unfortunate shade of yellow, in my opinion. Wanting to please her for the help she'd given us, Lucky and I began walking through the loft, slowly doing our best to take in each of the strange and staggering collection of pieces. Now that I was looking at a selection of her pieces, I wasn't sure they were meant to be hair or water or any of the ideas I had come up with before. The strong color she used created a visually resounding effect. It appeared quite abstract to me, but for fear of offending her, I didn't voice my thoughts aloud. I found Lucky near a spiral metal staircase that led toward the front doors. He was quiet again, and his gaze was distant. There was tension in the muscles of his forehead, and from where I stood a few feet away, I thought I heard him let out a small sigh. Was he feeling the weight of the case? This may turn out to be a difficult job after all. "Are you okay?" I asked Lucky quietly. Hannah had returned to being engrossed by the wooden canvas in front of her. "All of Leo's cases have been jokes until now, I suppose." Lucky's thumb and index finger worked his brow ridge steadily, while the other hand clutched at his hip. It was odd seeing Lucky like this. Was he overwhelmed? I wasn't quite sure how to handle it being my first day and everything. I occupied myself by pretending to be engrossed by a nearby painting, so he wouldn't feel awkward. Then something caught my eye. A lot of somethings, actually. "Hold on a second, Lucky. Look!" I started pointing to all of the half-finished paintings around us. The reason Hannah was talking about chainsawing the paintings in half is because she paints on wood, not canvas, I said. Lucky took in the fact that we were indeed surrounded by all sorts of various-sized rectangles made of plywood. "Hannah," he called back toward where she stood at her easel. "Hmm?" she said. She had a paintbrush between her teeth and another in her hand. "Have you always painted on wood, exclusively?" "Always," she called back through the brush. "I have never liked the sound of a brush on canvas. I avoid it at all costs." As Lucky and I said our goodbyes and found our way out of the spacious studio, we discussed what this meant for the case. Portia couldn't have smuggled the painting out, even if there hadn't been all that foam in her purse. And nobody with a long dress or jacket either. A piece of plywood the size of Leo's painting was large enough to make the theft very difficult under surveillance footage. Lucky's mood had shifted again, and he almost hopped back to the car as we wove through the now much less ominous warehouses. We headed back to the office, again to examine the footage for someone hauling a large item out. This new discovery would significantly help the search, and I had made it. Chapter 9. Tuesday morning, I arrived back at the Booker Brothers' office promptly at 8. The case had been whirling around in my head all night, and I hadn't been able to get much sleep. Despite the lack of rest, I felt energized and keen to proceed to the next steps in the case. Once again, when I pushed through the unlocked door of the office, I saw that I was the only one there. I glanced around the room to see if Tippy was hovering about, but I didn't see her. Lucky's and Harrison's desks were both still empty. I settled in at my desk with a steaming cup of coffee. Doyle had caught me on my way upstairs, insisting I take a cup. I feared that I was already energized enough by the excitement of my new crime-solving job to drink caffeine, but Doyle was so smiley and persistent that I didn't have the heart to resist. There was a Post-it note on my desk signed with an L. telling me that for my keen observational skills, I was being rewarded with the job of watching hours and hours of Leo's home security camera footage. It was no longer a possibility that the painting could have been rolled up and obscured from view. Hannah Otto did not paint on canvas. After visiting the strange woman at her studio, Lucky and I had discovered that she exclusively used plywood as the base for her paintings, and always had. According to Lucky's note, I was supposed to search through the recorded footage from the night of the party and, hopefully, find someone carrying something big enough to hide a 2-foot by 3-foot board. I noticed there was a small line of messy scrawl at the bottom of the note that read, "Owen will help you." I must have mumbled his name out loud as I read, because suddenly a young man jumped up from behind his desktop screen and took a couple long-legged strides over to my desk. "Yes?" the man said as he arrived beside me. "Hi, I didn't realize—" "Hi," I replied, startled. "I'm Owen. You must be Kacey." Owen extended his hand to me, and I shook it. Owen Booker was shorter than his older brothers. He was slim, with narrow shoulders that leaned forward slightly. He had an oval face with round blue eyes behind a speckled pair of horn-rimmed glasses, and a small nose to hold them up. Brown hair jutted out of his head at some peculiar angles and fell across his large forehead. His face was not close-shaved like his brother's. There was what appeared to be a few days of growth, most prominent around his chin and above his upper lip. He wore jeans with a black and white shirt that showed silhouettes of the stages of evolution. They began with an ape and ended with a man hunched over at a computer. "It's nice to meet you, Owen. I didn't see you over there," I said. Owen shrugged as if it was a common occurrence. Instead of looking me in the eye, he became heavily invested in what was going on down by his shoes. "Are you able to help me with this?" I asked him, holding out the note. Owen nodded, only meeting my gaze for brief moments at a time. "I have you set up over there, with the monitors," he said, pointing to a fifth desk near the copier and filing cabinets closer to his own desk. Owen fidgeted while I picked up my notebook and pen. There were now 2 screens and some other electronic boxes I wasn't familiar with, sitting on top of the desk nearest to the meeting room. He led me over and let me sit down in the work swivel chair. The screens were booted up and ready to go. "Thank you. You've saved me a lot of time figuring out how to get this going," I told him. "No problem. It's what I'm here for," Owen mumbled. "I've sped it all up to 8 times the speed, but if you push that button there, you can slow it down." Owen's voice was stronger when he was speaking about the computer. He pointed at a yellow dot on the media player window. "So if you just—" Leaning over me, he opened another window with a long list of files and dragged one over to the player. I felt the soft cotton of his t-shirt against my cheek for a moment and peered up at him while his eyes were glued to the screen. A bright rectangular reflection showed up on each of his lenses. He was definitely more nerdy than the other Booker brothers, but there was something about him, probably the glasses and the unkempt hair, that gave off a subtle Superman vibe. "Just as an example," he said, clicking one of the files and pressing play, "you can pause, play, speed up, slow down." He quickly demonstrated the options and which button to press, then suddenly gasped. "That's you, isn't it?" he said. And it was true, or that was the most logical explanation, at least. In the footage, the woman who shared my likeness remarkably strongly strode up Leo's driveway in a floor-length gown. The tape was black and white, but from the way the sequins brightened and darkened as she crossed the camera's path, I could tell it would have been very sparkly. "Nope," I groaned. That's my nemesis, Kacey Chance. Owen glanced between me and the look-alike on the screen. He swallowed and rubbed the stubbly end of his chin. We've always had the same look and even similar names, but that is certainly not me. We show up to audition for nearly all the same roles, or we did. She can have them all, now that I'm out of the game for good, I said. I'd sunk low in my chair, with a hand pressed against my cheek. I didn't know Owen was gone until I raised my eyes again. He'd quietly stepped aside and went back to his desk while I had my moment. Now he sat back at his computer, intently focused on a window that was a mix between coding and spreadsheets. I was fantasizing about nabbing Kacey Chance for the art theft and kicking her out of Hollywood once and for all, but then I wondered why. I was finished with all of that, wasn't I? I was beginning the starring role in my new life, or so I hoped. Once I'd arrived at a semi-peaceful place with the idea of Kacey Chance landing all my hypothetical roles, I sped through the clip. No painting. So I began another. About an hour into my very boring private screening of Leo's Driveway, coming to theaters near you, never, I did spot something that might be useful. One of the cater waiters walked out, carrying 2 large trays that I estimated might match the size of the painting. The quality of the footage wasn't the greatest, and it was also dark by that point in the evening. The figure was about average in height and likely male, although quite thin. The camera didn't catch a good view of his face before he walked out of the frame, somewhere to the left of the door, with the 2 trays of food. He wore a black pair of pants and a vest with a white shirt and a black bow tie. I noted the time and flicked through the list of clips from the camera from the side of the house where the catering van was parked. Several minutes in footage time later, the man reappeared beside the catering truck. Almost everything about him was the same, except now the trays were clearly empty. There was approximately 7 minutes between when the figure left one camera's view and appeared in the other. I double-checked for any more cameras and footage, but I found nothing. I couldn't account for exactly what happened during those missing 7 minutes, but I might have at least solved the mystery of the shrimp puffs. I was fairly confident at least half of L.A. would be pleased to hear it. I replayed the clip to watch the waiter enter the truck with the large trays a few times. I was pretty sure they were just large enough to have concealed the painting. During the time I'd been attached to the screen, Harrison had arrived. He'd greeted me with a nod and a hand held up in my direction. It didn't look like he'd had much sleep either. I silently debated which booker I should share my findings with. Owen was consumed by his own computer monitor and typed away at the keyboard rapidly. Harrison was flipping through pages and sighing periodically. I decided to brief Harrison first. I walked over to his desk and described the events in the footage in detail so that he wouldn't have to get up and look. "Excellent. Let's get our guy," Harrison said. "What about the time gap?" I asked. Harrison shrugged. "It sounds like we've got him. I'd love to drag out the investigation for more billable hours, but I'm not that kind of guy." I nodded and began heading back to my desk. But Harrison stood up and took his jacket off the back of his chair. "In fact, Kacey, you should come with me to the catering company. I'll show you how a legitimate interview should be conducted with dignity." Chapter 10. It was only my second day on the job, and already I was riding in another car with a different Booker brother than I had the day before. I was beyond grateful not to be stuck behind a desk all day. I could already feel my uncertainties from the day before beginning to fade. I could be really good at this. But I wouldn't get ahead of myself. There was a lot to learn, and working with Harrison would be a different game altogether. Harrison was driving us to the catering company in his well-maintained but older model emerald green Jeep. I had to admit, I felt a lot more comfortable in Harrison's car than the Mercedes. I had always been enchanted by flashy things at first, but I preferred the comfortable and the reliable. I supposed it was because the finer things had been scarce in my upbringing. I took in the faint smell of pine from an air freshener that I couldn't locate, and the worn fabric of the seats. It was my first time being so close to Harrison, and now that he had come out from behind his desk, I was able to get a better look at him. At a glance, Harrison was a lot like his brothers, especially Lucky. He had the same wide forehead and hazel eyes. But now that I had the chance to look at him more closely, I realized they were more different than I had thought. Harrison's jawline was smooth and square, meeting in the middle with a rounded chin. His brown hair shot off in different directions. It wasn't messy, so much as it gave off the impression that he had better ways to spend his time than styling his hair. He was just as tall as Lucky, but his shoulders, while muscular, didn't have as broad of a reach. He looked sturdy, but slightly weighed down in a way neither of the other Booker brothers were. His voice was deeper than the other two, and he spoke more slowly, as if choosing each word with intention. The lines that appeared in his forehead when he was thinking made him look older, but wiser, too. As we drove, Harrison and I went over the events of the previous day. I filled in any holes that Harrison had questions about, and he nodded over and over, as if he was genuinely impressed with my raw observational skills. It probably wasn't a smart choice on my part to let you start out on the job on a case with Lucky yesterday, Harrison said. He's anything but by the book, which is necessary in a job like this. I nodded and chose my words carefully. It seems like you come at things in two very different ways, I said. Harrison snorted. For a second, he had the exact same expression as Lucky when he raised his eyebrows. Harrison shrugged and continued. I guess that's how it goes with twins. You're either of the same mind or polar opposites, he said, and sighed. It took me a moment to process what he had said. Hold on. You and Lucky are twins? I asked, and leaned forward. My eyes went wide, and I could feel them blinking more than necessary. How had I not noticed that? Harrison caught my expression and raised an eyebrow at me. Yes, fraternal, obviously, so I won't discount you from the investigative profession just yet, but most people have a suspicion, at least. I thought you were like 5 years older, I said, without thinking. 5? Harrison kind of sputtered. He grabbed onto the rearview mirror and adjusted it so that he could see himself. He alternated staring into it and watching the road while he raised his eyebrows and squinted. I assumed checking for wrinkles. I hurried to clarify. I mean, it's just that you really seem to be the one in charge, so I just assumed. Harrison gave up the wrinkle search and stared at me at a stoplight. His expression flashed between a superior smile and a shocked frown. Finally, he gave up on deciding whether to be offended or flattered and focused back on the road again. I was keenly aware that my big mouth might get me into more trouble if I kept talking, so I stayed silent for a few minutes. Thinking about Lucky and Harrison made me think about the way people saw Kacey Chance and me as almost twin-like. At first glance, it was pretty accurate. Even I had to admit that. But if you compared the two of us more closely, the way we spoke, the way our faces moved when we were acting, it was all so different. Two totally different personalities and methods from two people who could be twins. I sat beside Harrison, pretending to listen to the low buzz of the news, but really I was thinking about the manila envelope in my hands. It contained a bunch of printed images of the cater waiter we were on a mission to track down. Before we'd left the office, Harrison had instructed me to print out some stills of the security footage. The great big copier had shuffled and clicked and started blinking various lights at me. I was standing there, trying to respond to the nonsensical prompts the machine was spouting, when Owen leaned back from his desk and told me to kick it. Kick the printer? I stared at him intently. At this point, I'd try anything, although I was concerned this might be some kind of hazing prank to get me booted out of the office. I didn't know him well, but I had a hard time imagining Owen was capable of being anything but sincere. He waited patiently, with a perfectly straight face, for me to take his advice. Gently once, and then not very gently a second time, I kicked at the base of the old machine. There were old scuff marks from other shoes on the machine, and a moment later, I heard the telltale sounds of the copier whirring into action. I silently mouthed a thank you back to Owen, who blushed and quickly turned back to his desk. I was about to say something to fill the silence when Harrison turned into a parking lot. We pulled up to a 2-story building next to a busy road. The shop front for Olive Buns, the catering company, spanned the length of 2 full glass-windowed storefronts. Images of food and classy events on the glass obscured most of the indoors from view. Harrison had parked the Jeep, legally, and we made our way inside. There was a small office partitioned off near the front door, but most of the room was designated for tables and countertops. There were selections of silver platters and various sizes and shapes of dishes on display. I didn't see any food in the room, but I could smell it wafting in through a pair of double doors. Through the small slit windows in the doors, I could see a lot of stainless steel and shelving, so I assumed it led into an industrial kitchen space. A tall woman with a short, dark bob poked her head out of the office. She was likely in her early 40s. "Welcome to Olive Buns. My name is Olivia. What can I help you with?" Her greeting was not cold exactly, but it lacked enthusiasm, as if she'd sent the pragmatic robot version of herself to work in her place today. "My name is Harrison Booker." He paused and gestured toward me, so I jumped in. "I'm Kacey," I said, holding up a hand. "We've come on behalf of a client of yours. He had something stolen last weekend at a party you catered, and we have reason to believe one of your employees may be the culprit." Before Harrison had even finished, Olivia was shaking her head. "I don't hire untrustworthy people." She sounded defensive. "Are you sure there isn't some kind of a mistake?" There was a severity about her features and the way she was interacting with us that was all too familiar. In that moment, I felt very grateful to have the Bookers as my new bosses. I had almost forgotten what some of them could be like, and my first impression of Olivia was only the tip of the iceberg. Harrison walked a few feet over to one of the long tables and started pulling out the printed stills from the security tapes. He lined them up in rows while Olivia walked over. She looked them over carefully and picked up the most zoomed-in one of the suspect. "We only have one person who could be a match for the build of this person, Edgar Fry," she said, pointing at the image. "He's a cook, but occasionally he'll pick up a catering shift here and there." Olivia frowned. "Come to think of it, my supervisor did mention he was absent for a short time that night. I thought he was just off smoking pot," she added, raising her shoulders and eyebrows with a calm expression. "Would we be able to speak with him to get some answers?" Harrison asked. "He should be here. Let me go check." Olivia walked over to the swinging double doors. "Edgar?" she called over the noise of a mixer. "Would you come out for a moment?" I heard a mumble of a reply, and then the mixer stopped. Olivia joined us back at the table, and we waited a few moments in silence. Finally, the man called Edgar backed his way through the doors, drying his hands on a cloth. "Yes, ma'am." Edgar's eyes took a moment to settle on Harrison and myself. He did indeed seem like a match to the figure in the footage, of average height for a man and extra lean. Edgar's eyes widened as he took in the scene. Suddenly, quick as a flash, he turned on his heel and bolted back through the doors into the kitchen. He was gone before the cloth hit the floor. Chapter 11. Harrison knocked his chair over backwards and sprinted through the swinging metal doors before I could even flinch. Olivia stared after the sprinting figure with her mouth hanging open. I flashed her an apologetic look as quickly as I could before I dropped my bag and took off after Harrison. I pushed through the swinging doors and saw that the kitchen area beyond the display room was massive. It was a warehouse full of high windows, storage shelves, surfaces, and stainless steel countertops. Extra-large kitchen appliances lined the walls, and a variety of tasty smells wafted through the air. The large space was bustling with at least 15 cooks, bakers, and chefs busy at work. Or they had been busy a moment ago. They'd all stopped to witness the wild chase. Harrison was already over 10 feet ahead of me, darting through, and doing his best to dodge, a large collection of metal bowls falling off a shelf. While he ran, Edgar was attempting to slow Harrison down by knocking over whatever he could grab along the way. 2 sacks of flour thudded onto the floor, which Harrison nimbly avoided. Edgar rolled a couple mixing bowls behind him, which Harrison had to jump right over so as not to trip. "Edgar, come on. Let's make this easier. We just need to talk to you," Harrison puffed between strides. Edgar was clear across the kitchen from me, but his pale face was that of a calm and reasonable man. I wasn't sure how this would end, but I had a feeling it wouldn't be good for Edgar. Harrison was shockingly fast, sure-footedly moving among the obstacles. Half a dozen prep cooks stood around a large stainless steel countertop, plating canapes and icing stacks of hundreds of pink mini cupcakes. Their faces were a mix of confusion and amusement. One larger man near the commercial dishwasher was yelling something at Harrison or Edgar. I couldn't tell. I doubt anyone could have over the racket those two were making. Hanging racks suspended from the tall ceiling were pulled on by Edgar as he climbed over a pile of crates, sending cast iron pans clattering to the floor. Sacks of flour and sugar that had been pushed off the countertops in Edgar's wake threatened to trip Harrison, but he jumped over each one with precision and fierce determination. Harrison was engaged in the epitome of a hot pursuit, if I'd ever seen one. I tried following after him, but with all the kitchen equipment getting in the way, I realized that just blocking the door we'd come through might be the most helpful position. I caught a glimpse of Olivia through one of the small windows in the doors as I made my way over to them. Her face was taut from her forehead to her chin, and her lips were set in a thin line. I took my place by the swinging doors and reassessed the scene. Harrison must have been in between Edgar and any other way out on the other side of the kitchen. The 2 men paused, their chests heaving, with only a long stainless steel countertop between them now. Harrison's eyes were wild and locked on Edgar. Edgar glanced side to side, from the far side of the kitchen where there must be at least one service entrance to where I stood. His chest rose and fell quickly, and even from where I stood, I could see the whites of his eyes all the way around his irises. He stood completely still, like a spooked animal in headlights, while he picked which direction to run. His gaze met mine, and in that moment, he made a decision that I was not happy with. He was going to try and take me out to get back through the door. I braced myself as I watched his muscles tense to spring toward me. I tried to recall any techniques from that one self-defense class I'd taken when I first moved to L.A. I might have been able to poke his eyes or kick him in the balls if he was closer, but I couldn't remember anything to help me stop a 200-pound man from barreling into me. I stood my ground, hoping for the best. Maybe I could trip him by getting low at the last second. It all happened so fast. As I planted my feet, Edgar shifted his weight and began to run toward me, when suddenly Harrison ran straight for him and leapt over a 3-foot-high countertop. There was a loud crash as several trays clattered to the floor, sending a spray of pink icing everywhere, including my hair. The loud noise made someone yell in surprise, and it took me a second to realize it had been me. I quickly walked over to where the two men were sprawled out on the concrete floor, covered in baby pink icing, and breathing heavily. The chefs and other prep cooks joined me and watched as Harrison and Edgar started pulling themselves up off the ground. Everyone in the room stood still with their mouths open, surprised by Harrison's sudden display of athleticism, especially me. "What?" he asked when he saw my face. "I was a star gymnast in high school." He shrugged and pointed at the counter. "It's not quite pommel horse size, but it worked well enough, didn't it?" Despite the sticky mess he was in, Harrison smiled triumphantly. I could only nod with my mouth open a little. I couldn't help but suspect that Harrison might have been trying to prove, through his display of physical agility and stamina, that he was not 5 years older than Lucky. I couldn't help but be impressed, and it must have shown. He smiled at me smugly, icing all over his face and a dollop falling down his ear. Harrison grabbed onto his target's arm for safekeeping, which also served to steady them on the pink, slippery floor. He held on tight so as not to lose his captured suspect, but it didn't look like Edgar was planning on running again. He was staring down at the ground with wide eyes, staying silent. He still looked white as a ghost, and he was chewing on his fingernail. The idea of someone who worked in catering with a nail-biting habit made me wrinkle my nose slightly. But perhaps it was only a nervous tic and not a constant habit. Now that he was stationary, I realized he was much younger than I had suspected. He must have been only a year or two older than me. With his white apron, shirt, and black pants, it was very clear that his frame matched the build of the person in the security footage. Plus, he'd run from us with plenty of conviction. We really did have our culprit this time. Didn't we? Suddenly, Olivia's voice spoke from behind us. She stood by the swinging doors. "Well then, it looks like I will now be very busy for the rest of the day. Thanks for that." Olivia's face was still tight like freshly pulled canvas, but she kept an even, businesslike tone. "I'll need to make sure that this disaster is properly taken care of. Go ahead and ask Edgar whatever you need, but you'll be paying for those cupcakes." She strode across the room and began speaking to the man at the dishwasher. The other kitchen staff moved in their direction, sending some admonishing glances back toward the icing-covered duo. "All right, Edgar, let's talk." Harrison led our suspect out of the kitchen, with me following close behind. Now we had found the culprit. We just had to get a confession, or manage to get a positive ID with the footage. Even though there was a crime involved, it was hard not to laugh at the whole situation. The two of them were pink from head to toe. Some of the icing was falling off Harrison in clumps. Never having been able to resist the deliciousness of icing, I covertly dragged my little finger across Harrison's shoulder coated with puffy pink sweetness, and brought it to my lips. Mmm, vanilla buttercream. Chapter 12. Harrison marched Edgar through the messy space to what appeared to be a staff room. The walled-off space with windows looking back out to the warehouse consisted of a few tables and regular-sized kitchen appliances for preparing personal lunches. Harrison pulled off a few handfuls of paper towel from a dispenser beside the sink and handed some to Edgar. We all took a seat on foldable white plastic chairs. Harrison swiped at the icing on his face and down his neck. Edgar, looking very resigned, did the same. "Do you have anything to share with us, Edgar? About last Saturday night?" Harrison said. He was trying to hide that he was still breathing a little heavier, and he already sounded frustrated with the boy. Edgar's body was small and slouched in the plastic chair. He alternated between rubbing his face and twisting his hair. He crumpled the wad of paper towel in his hands. "I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have. It was wrong, but I didn't think it would really do any harm. I only stopped working for 20 minutes. Less, even. I'll tell Mrs. Bunt about what happened, and she can deduct the money from my next paycheck." Edgar's words tumbled out. His knitted brows and taut lips made him look like he was in pain. "We aren't interested in the length of your break on the shift. Edgar, I want you to tell me what made you want to steal the painting that night," Harrison said. Edgar's face clouded. "The painting? What painting? Tell us what happened on Saturday night, Edgar." Harrison sat back in his chair. "I didn't steal anything. I would never do that. I was coming in from the truck with a round of canapes and—" "What kind were they?" I asked. Both Edgar and Harrison widened their eyes and stared at me, very confused at why such a detail would matter, but Edgar answered anyway. "The shrimp puffs, I think. They're always served after the chorizo stuffed olives and salami," Edgar said. Harrison raised an eyebrow and shot me a look out of the corner of his eye. Then Harrison nodded toward Edgar, signaling him to continue with his account of the night. "I ran into this rich guy, a guest at the party. He said he'd give me $100 if I let him borrow my clothes for 20 minutes. I've already spent the money on fixing my car." Edgar folded in on himself in his chair, even more after mentioning the money. "Don't worry. I'm not going to ask you for the money back. Can you tell us what this man looked like?" Harrison said. Edgar thought for a moment. "He was just older and rich. My memory for faces isn't so good. Unfortunately for both of us, that likely constitutes more than half of the guests that night." Harrison's tone was clipped. He was clearly not interested in putting up with Edgar playing dumb or beating around the bush. "You can't remember anything else? Glasses? A mole? Facial hair?" Harrison said. Edgar squeezed his head between his hands firmly, as if trying to squeeze out a detail from the night. Despite the effort, evident in the reddening of his face, Edgar stopped trying to squeeze his head like an orange and dropped his face back toward his lap in defeat. Harrison inhaled sharply and switched the crossing of his legs. His nose began to flare ever so slightly. Did Harrison believe Edgar was intentionally playing dumb? He was awfully worked up, but I wasn't convinced Edgar was deliberately hiding anything from us. I got the distinct impression that this was no icing-covered criminal mastermind we were dealing with. "I can't remember anything about those things, no. I do know his name, though," Edgar said. Harrison stared at him wide-eyed. "I'm not sure why you wouldn't have led with that," Harrison muttered. "Okay, let's have it then." Edgar reached into the deep pockets of his black pants and drew out a business card. It was a little tattered around the edges. Harrison took it from him and held it up to read. Frederick Fitz? Harrison said aloud, incredulously. He stood up and moved away from Edgar. I followed so we could speak a little more privately. We stood together in the doorframe of the staff room. Harrison still smelled scrumptiously of vanilla buttercream. I had to resist taking another scoop. Instead, I inspected the card as well. Harrison paled, and his shoulders turned extra rigid. "Isn't that Fitzy? Leo's brother?" I asked. "How do you know Fitzy?" Harrison said. "I met him yesterday with Lucky. He was having lunch downstairs at the diner." Harrison thought for a moment. His lips pressed tightly together as if he was trying to prevent his words from slipping out. "What is it?" I asked. "What you might not know is that Fitzy happens to be Tippy's on-again, off-again boyfriend. She was there at the party with him that night." Edgar was still slumped over in his chair, his pink frosted head hanging down even closer to his lap. Harrison may not have felt bad for him, but I did. Edgar must have been mixed up in the case quite innocently. Or he was innocent, besides accepting Fitzy's bribe, that is. Harrison scratched his head. Tippy and Fitzy. "This is all starting to smell quite rotten," he said. Figuratively, he was correct, of course, but literally, it still smelled sweet as could be from where I stood. "We have what we need from Edgar now, don't we? We should probably leave him and Olive Burns in peace," I suggested. Harrison nodded. We both thanked Edgar for his cooperation, although Harrison did so rather gruffly. As Harrison and I walked back through the prep kitchen and out the double doors, I took in the pans and utensils scattered about, and the pink icing explosion at the far side of the room. The Olive Bun staff were hard at work cleaning up the place. Harrison did try and join the cleanup party, but he was shrugged off by the staff. We headed back out to the car. While Harrison's skin was mostly free of icing, his jacket, pants, and patches of his hair still bore the evidence of his undertaking to catch Edgar. "So, for my own learning purposes, this is to be considered working a case by the book and with dignity," I said with an innocent smile. Harrison turned to face me, walking backwards a few steps while he rolled his eyes at me. For the first time, he smiled wide enough for me to notice a dimple appear, nestled in his left cheek, before he turned around again, and I followed his icing-covered back to the car. Chapter 13. After Harrison and I returned to the office, it felt like the excitement of the morning was behind us. Harrison's clothes were still smeared with pink frosting, but he told me on the way back that he always kept a spare change of clothes in the storage room for occasions such as these. "Do you get covered in frosting frequently?" I asked, trying to keep my face straight. "No," he said, "but you can learn from this, Kacey. When you're out on a case, you never know what you could run into." "Like a pastry truck?" I asked, but he was rummaging through the storage room closet and didn't hear me. That was probably for the best. "Damn it, Lucky," I heard him say. I was confused at what he had meant by that, until he emerged into the office wearing a shirt and pants that were a long way off from typical Harrison fashion. "Lucky must have taken my suit," Harrison said. His limbs were stiff, and he kept adjusting his collar as he walked back to his desk. The shirt he had put on was a bright orange-pink color with little yellow and white piña coladas all over it, and the light khaki pants were tapered for a skinnier fit by the ankle. "This is awful," Harrison muttered. "No, you look good," I told him. Harrison shot me a look that said, "Go busy yourself with something else and leave me to look like an idiot in peace," or that's how I interpreted it. He did, in fact, look very handsome. The bright color brought out his natural tan, and somehow made his eyes look clearer. Not only was it an improvement over sticky, stained clothes, it was an improvement on his normal look, too. I didn't dare tell him that, of course. The only trace of the morning's chase and the pink icing was the peculiar puffy way his hair was sticking up after a rinse in the break room sink. All the color and the untamed hair made me see Harrison look more like a boy than a man sitting behind his large desk. His brows wrinkled as he sat there and tried to figure out what to do next. The sweet smell of frosting had made me crave something sugary. When I was confident that Harrison wasn't looking at me, I opened my side drawer to pick a snack. There was a 2-pack of powdered donuts, a bag of Nong-Shim shrimp crackers, a box of Oreos, and a packet of sour gummies. I opted for the donuts. Seated at my desk, sorting through loose papers, I was just finishing off the last of the white powder on my fingertips when the front doorbell tinkled, and in breezed Tippy. "Hello, everyone," she trilled. Today she wore a lilac blazer with a ruffled white shirt underneath and narrow black dress pants that cut off just above the ankle. She dropped her purse, a little clutch entirely made of alligator skin, on a nearby chair and headed toward the break room. "I'm going to put on the coffee. Need a cup?" "Is that machine we got you for Christmas not working, Tippy?" Harrison asked skeptically. He watched her head down the hall from across the room. "Or are you bored?" he called out. Harrison caught my eye and gave me a knowing look. Tippy walked back into the room to answer her grandson. She waved away the suggestion she could possibly be bored in her recent retirement. "Nonsense. There's something wrong with it. I keep jamming those little fancy pods. Now I've dented them all," Tippy said. She walked down the hallway into the break room. When she emerged a few minutes later, she held 2 steaming cups. One was navy with a small chip out of it and a Booker Brothers logo. The other was multicolored, a little brown in some spots where colors had run together, and Grandma was written on the side in a child's unpracticed scrawl. "There's a full pot," Tippy said to me, nodding her head back in the direction of the break room. Her hands were full with the 2 mugs. I smiled and nodded my thanks. I had already had 1 large coffee on Doyle's insistence earlier that morning, and that was more than enough coffee for me. It had been hours, but I was still jittery. Tippy set the navy mug with the office logo in front of Harrison and took a careful sip from her own. "Thank you," Harrison said. His tone was short, and I could see him eyeing his grandmother warily. If Fitzy had something to do with the crime, then Tippy would surely know about it, wouldn't she? Harrison eyed his grandmother cautiously, as if he was thinking the same thing. "Tippy, are you playing games with us?" Harrison said frostily. "Games? What do you mean by that, Harrison? I'm here for coffee, just like I said. We know, or we think we know, that Fitzy has something to do with this." I saw Harrison pull out the business card we had taken from Edgar that morning and slide it over to her. Harrison briefly filled her in on what we had learned at the catering company. "Harrison, I don't know anything about Fitzy being a part of all of this. You'll have to take my word on that," Tippy said to him sternly. The tone of her voice made me think she was offended Harrison had even considered that she'd be in on something and lying to her grandsons. But her face and shoulders softened a moment later. "Fitzy may know something I don't, but I'm on your side, darling," Tippy said more gently. "What am I supposed to do now?" Harrison asked. His shoulders dropped against the back of his chair. "I have to go to our landlord and accuse him of bribing a cater waiter to lend him his uniform so that he could go steal a piece of his brother's art collection?" Harrison was on a bit of a roll now, and his volume picked up, making it easier to hear the discussion across the room. "No. Whatever's going on, it's between the Fitz brothers. I am not going to go ask them both what's going on and lose a good-paying client and get on the bad side of our landlord all in one go. I saw Harrison run both his hands through his already puffed-up hair. I'll have to refund the retainer and walk away. It's a conflict of interest. Don't be silly, dear. You're always so direct and confrontational, but there are plenty of other ways to get information, Tippy said. What would Lucky do? Harrison crossed his arms tightly and started tapping his foot below his desk. I didn't feel like I had to know Harrison any better to deduce that, considering his brother's unorthodox methods, was not something that pleased him. I got up and walked over to Harrison's desk. Sorry, I couldn't help but overhear a little of that. I paused, trying to figure out my next words. What is it? Harrison asked. Tippy's eyes just widened, waiting for me to spit it out. Yesterday, I was there when Lucky asked Fitzy directly if he stole the painting, I told them. So I guess that is what Lucky would do, or did do. If Fitzy does know anything, he didn't let on that he did. Harrison's brows shot up and stayed there. His mouth hung open for a moment before he must have remembered how to close it. Tippy just shrugged. Lucky has a way of being direct without people feeling that he's being confrontational, Harrison. If you want my opinion, you should take some notes, Tippy said. The edge of her mouth curled up, but she tried to hide it from Harrison behind her coffee mug. Why are you here again? Aren't there 3 very decent coffee shops on your street? Harrison asked Tippy coolly. Tippy didn't seem to register his tone, or she didn't care. Her eyes suddenly brightened, and she set her mug down on the desk. It's good that I'm here, Harrison. I've had an idea. Tonight, I'll take Fitzy out on a date and use my feminine wiles to extract the information we need, just like a James Bond villainess, she said. She wriggled her shoulders back and forth seductively and winked at me. Personally, I was liking Tippy more and more, but the way Harrison cringed and sunk back into his chair suggested that he would be completely fine if he never had to consider his grandmother's feminine wiles again. I don't know, Tippy. I've got a bad feeling about the whole case. I think we should drop it. We're only 2 days in. I can still give back the retainer on this one, and we can move on to another case. Aggie might have something new, Harrison said, his expression brightening. Buck up, my boy. I've had a long 2 days of retirement, which has been worse than dull. I need something to do, and who better to do it? Let's give this a try. What have we got to lose? Tippy asked brightly. I was pretty sure it was rhetorical, but judging by Harrison's wide eyes and reddening face, he was about to start listing things off. Tippy's eyes were alight, and she was too distracted by her vision of the plan to notice Harrison leaning on his desk, holding his chin up with his palm, and the dread settling back into his eyes. I want to wear a wire, just like the old days, Tippy said, her gaze tilted up at some imaginary scenario playing before her. Tippy, is this a good idea? Relationship-wise, I mean. It could cause trouble, Harrison suggested. Tippy made a tisk-tisk sound. Harrison, loosen up a little. Let me add some spice, some thrill, she said emphatically. Harrison took a deep breath and reluctantly turned to me. Kacey, will you please check with Owen to see if the equipment still works? We haven't used it in a very long time, he said, shooting his grandmother a look that said, with good reason. I glanced over my shoulder at Owen, who was staring studiously at something on his computer screen. He was wearing headphones and had likely missed the whole conversation. I nodded and headed over to Owen to carry out my first task. Harrison may have been disapproving of the budding action, but I was elated. In the works, we had a plan, in the spirit of, arguably, the most famous spy there ever was. If Tippy wanted James Bond, we would give her James Bond. Chapter 14. I bounced over to Owen's desk, nearly floating with excitement over the old-school spy plan Tippy had insisted on. I didn't even know people still did things like that. People who weren't the FBI or CIA, that is. "Hi, Owen," I said. Owen glanced up. He was wearing his headphones and saw me, but quickly returned his gaze to his keyboard and kept typing. "Owen?" I asked, waving my hand and trying to get his attention, even though I suspected I already had it. Just because he couldn't hear me didn't mean he couldn't see me, but I think he may have been confused about that. He let a drawn-out moment hang between us before he snapped his attention over to me. It was a bizarre way of playing it cool, but to each their own. "Yep. Yes. What can I do for you?" Owen asked. Some of his brown hair was curling down over the top of his forehead in an adorable way, nearly reaching the tortoise-shell edge of his glasses. "We have a mission," I said with enthusiasm. It must have been contagious because he cracked a smile in spite of his cool guy act. "I am in need of a wire," I told him. Owen leaned back in his chair and tilted his head on an angle. "What type of wire?" he asked. He pulled open a drawer in his desk where there were a number of different wires in various types of metal. "Not just any wire, like an old-school spy wire." I mimed the way I imagined they snaked beneath your shirt or jacket, out of sight. Owen gave me a nod and turned around to the shelf behind his desk. From one of the shelves he extracted an old rubber tub and set it on his lap. The duct tape across the top had odds and ends written in thick Sharpie, and I was eager to see what was inside. The first thing that caught my eye when Owen lifted the lid was a gigantic rubber-looking gun. It startled me, and I took a big step back. This provoked a noise from Owen that I took as a chuckle. It was much larger than a normal handgun, or at least it was larger than I imagined a handgun to be. I'd never actually seen one in real life. It sat heavy in the tub. It was mostly black, with fluorescent yellow accents along the barrel and down the handle. The longer I stared at it, the more it started looking like a pricing gun in a shop, rather than a weapon. "It's a stun gun," Owen said. "Don't worry, the safety is on." I wasn't worried, I assured him, taking my own turn trying to play the cool guy, or gal. He rummaged around in the bin, dropping the stun gun onto the floor with a thud. I tried not to jump out of the vicinity. "Technically, we're not supposed to have that, so," Owen said and put his finger to his lips. "Got it." I eyed the weapon warily. Owen pulled something black and mechanical out of the box, along with a long wire in a translucent sheath, and started fastening one to the other. I watched in silence for a few moments. The wall beside Owen's desk was one I hadn't spent very much time looking at, but now I took in a medium-sized painting with a thick wooden frame. It was a portrait of a man. It almost could have been a photograph, except there were subtle hints of brushstroke here and there. The face was composed of familiar features: thick golden brown hair that was graying at the sides, the straight nose, and clear hazel eyes. The man in the painting was clean-shaven, with a serious expression. But there was an element of mischief in his eyes. From the mouth up, he was full of playful mischief. I realized it was this quality that altered me to the Booker resemblance before any other. "Is that your father?" I asked Owen. Owen didn't raise his eyes from the wires. There was only one framed image on the wall, and I got the sense that Owen didn't look at things twice if it wasn't necessary. "Yes, that's him. Ernie Booker. It's an accurate likeness, but he has more gray than brown now, Owen replied. You all look a lot like him, I observed. Strong genes, Owen said, shrugging, and cast me a small smile. There was silence for another few moments as he fastened a small black box with a little sticker on it to the wire. You could still win, you know, Owen said, seemingly out of nowhere. His eyes remained on his project. Win what? I asked. Owen suddenly leaned back further into his chair, giving me the illusion he had shrunk slightly, and a light flush crept across his cheeks. I looked you up on an acting database, and your nemesis, Kacey Chance, too. You have a very similar number of credits in smaller projects. You could still win if you want to, he said again softly, so that Harrison and Tippy wouldn't overhear. I could help you with your demo reel if you wanted to update it. I was so surprised Owen had decided to find my professional page, I didn't know what to say. I felt a rush of gratitude and appreciation for him. It was such a sweet thing to offer a virtual stranger. The bashful look he cast down at the wires in his hands and back up to me made me picture him as a white knight kind of guy. The sweet, eager look on his face suggested he couldn't resist a girl in need. But was I in need? I reminded myself once again that acting was behind me, but I didn't have the heart to shut him down completely. He was smiling at me as though he really believed my acting career was worth something. Thanks, Owen. That's incredibly kind of you. But you wouldn't be looking at me that way if you knew the truth about me. There are definitely other people more deserving of your help, I told him. What truth? He asked. Growing up, I was always the first one to lead the other kids into trouble. I was the first one to dive off a cliff or jump off a barn. I'm always leaping without looking, I said. Owen did a double take and squinted his right eye at me as if trying to see me in a whole new way. His faint smile suggested he may not have believed me, but he didn't argue. He went back to checking the wires. It occurred to me that maybe leaping without looking, without considering the consequences, was what I was doing all over again with this new job. Maybe I didn't know how to do anything else, but this would be the right thing to leap into, I silently told myself. Owen was quiet for a moment as he kept working. What town did you grow up in? Owen asked. A small town outside of Kansas. You wouldn't know it, I said. The practiced answer fell easily from my lips, but I felt the tightness close in on my throat like a vice. I'd always guessed it was my body's technique to prevent me from saying any more. I kept my eyes on the tangle of wires Owen was winding together. Really? It's just, you don't have an accent, he said quizzically. My parents weren't from there originally. They didn't have accents, so I guess I just didn't pick it up at a young enough age, I said. I picked some lint off my pants and swiveled in the spare desk chair next to Owen's. Did you always want to work here? I asked him, changing the subject. Owen shrugged. It wasn't my first choice, he said. As if he'd been surprised by his own words, Owen quickly snapped his head in Harrison's direction. Harrison was focused intently on the pages in front of him. Owen's posture softened back into his chair, but he spoke a little softer. I mean, it's good. I'm happy. It was just more out of necessity back then, he said. He didn't offer any more on the subject, and I decided to repay the favor and not press him on a subject he didn't feel like talking about. About a half an hour later, after I assisted Owen by holding bits and pieces of the device he was reassembling, Harrison walked by Owen's desk and rapped on it twice with his knuckle. Close up when you're done. I'm heading home to take a proper shower, Harrison said. He gave me a knowing smile, waved a goodbye to Owen, and headed back downstairs to the diner. Tippy had already left to go get ready for her date, leaving Owen and myself to put the finishing touches on her most important accessory for the evening. "Okay, want to give it a try?" Owen asked. "Yes," I said quickly. Maybe a little too quickly. But it was hard to suppress my excitement. Even one of my childhood idols, Harriet the Spy, would be envious of me in that moment. Owen pulled out a roll of special tape and moved toward me. He hesitated as he tried to figure out how to help me secure the wire beneath the edge of my shirt, but dropped the whole thing onto the floor when there was a sudden knock on the glass door of the office. The two of us whipped our heads around to see who was here now that the office was closed. It took a brief second for me to place the older man I'd seen quite a few times in the last 2 days, in person and on security tapes. It was Leo's friend, August Ripley, who stood at the door. Chapter 15. August let himself through the unlocked door of the office, allowing a waft of something sweet and doughy, like cinnamon buns or waffles, to enter with him from the diner below. Now that Owen and I were no longer alone in the office, I instinctively kicked the big stun gun beneath Owen's desk. "Good evening," August called out. He smiled at us from across the room, peering through his thick-framed glasses. His brown hair was evenly combed, and the brown dye nearly matched the color of his suit. It was expertly fitted to his shoulders, but hung a little loose around his torso as he moved forwards into the office. "I'm going to go make some coffee," Owen mumbled at a volume only I could hear. He stood up from his desk, still holding the little mess of wires, and walked briskly toward the break room. The back of his green shirt had a picture of 3 helium squares from the periodic table in a row to read as he, with the words laughing gas written beneath. Owen nodded quickly at August as they crossed paths, and then he beelined for the hallway. "Owen, was I supposed to handle this all on my own? I didn't even have the office phone number memorized, let alone the ins and outs of client procedure. And August wasn't even the client. That would make things even more complicated." August's gaze briefly followed Owen's retreating back down the hall before he turned his attention to me, the only remaining staff member in the room. He sauntered over toward me, and as I stood up, I pushed Owen's chair, which held the tub of gadgets, under the desk and out of sight. "Christy, was it?" August offered his hand, and I stood up to take it. "Kacey," I replied, doing my best to keep my tone warm. "Harrison and Lucky have left for the day, but is there something I can do for you, Mr. Ripley?" August raised his eyebrows. "For me? Nothing for me. I just came to see how the case was progressing, on Leo's behalf," he said. "Fiona is still quite sick, and he didn't want to leave her at home." August nodded slightly while he spoke, as if he was agreeing with himself. Where was Owen? Should I go drag him back out? He still had half a cup of coffee on his desk, and it was gently steaming. I scanned my brain for an answer I could give to August that Harrison wouldn't find fault in, but I came up with nothing. "I'm sorry, but I'm not authorized to say anything about the progress of the case," I replied, channeling my best CSI investigator. There. I couldn't get in any trouble with that, could I? August's shoulders drooped and his gaze dropped to the floor. "It's just that I told Leo I'd come back with a bit of information for him, to let him know you're getting closer," August said. "He's still very distraught." I could feel a prickle of sweat under my arms and at the back of my neck. I spoke slowly so as not to let anything too sensitive slip out accidentally. "We are following a strong lead," I said. It was an ambiguous enough thing to say, and it was free of any details, but I'd still somehow managed to raise August's spirits. "Oh, really? Is it one of Leo's jilted lovers?" he said, rocking back and forth on his heels. There was a glint in his eye, suggesting he was hungry for more information. I didn't want to reveal anything else, so I stayed quiet. August pressed on. "If it were just between the two of us, he probably deserved to have that painting stolen. The man's left a lot of broken hearts in his wake, and I bet I don't even know the half of it." August laughed aloud, but it sounded slightly hesitant or forced. "We have gained some knowledge about the women in his life, but, Mr. Ripley, I really can't—" "The only woman he's ever been faithful to is Fiona, the—" "Dog. I remember," I said, finishing his sentence for him. I wasn't going to mistake Fiona for a woman again, like I did in the meeting. "Yes, that dog," he said, and again he let out a strained laugh as he shook his head slowly from side to side. "If that lead you've already got going comes up dry, you might want to look into Cynthia Rothschild. She's another ex. Someone mentioned to me that they saw her having a drunken argument with Leo at the party." "I don't recall Leo mentioning that during the meeting," I said, and picked up a pen and stack of Post-it notes from Owen's desk. August peered over me and repeated the name, making sure I spelled it correctly. "He'd had more than a few that night. I doubt he remembers half of his interactions," August said, and smirked. At such close proximity, I could smell a minty sweetness on his breath. It was familiar, but it took a few moments for me to place it. It was the same smell as the red and white mints from Doyle's. Had August eaten dinner down there? Wouldn't he then have seen Harrison leave the office at 6? I took a step back and began guiding August back toward the front of the office. "Thank you, Mr. Ripley. This has been helpful," I said. "I know the Booker brothers are working hard on the case, and we should have some answers for Mr. Fitz soon." August nodded. He had a smile on his face as he glanced around the room, taking in the stacked boxes and cabinets. Some of them were on the edge of teetering, and others appeared to simply defy physics by having yet to collapse. A few stacks in the corners had become dust shelves, likely not touched in years. August dragged his feet as I led him to the door. He laid his eyes on everything in the room, taking it all in, down to the last bent paperclip. I guess I wasn't the only one with a fondness for the crime-solving business. "Thank you for the tip, and for your concern for Mr. Fitz," I said, shaking his hand. "It's no trouble at all. I'd do anything for Leo. We've been friends for such a long time," he said wistfully. There was still a twinkle in his eye as he turned and headed down the stairs with a spring in his step. "Thank you for your time, Cassie. I'm sure I'll see you again soon," August called back over his shoulder. "It's Kacey," I corrected, too quietly for August to hear. "I don't think he heard you," Owen said, suddenly right beside me. I was so shocked I must have jumped a solid foot in the air. The movement caused me to awkwardly bump into the wall beside the door. "Owen, Jesus," I said. It took me a minute, hand over my chest, to steady myself. Owen's eyes widened in response, as if I'd startled him just as much with my outburst. "Where'd you go, anyway?" I asked. My heart was still pounding. "Why would you leave me alone with the creepy guy?" August hadn't really been that creepy, but I was annoyed that Owen had thrown me into the deep end like that. Owen's shoulders sagged, and his head hung down so that the tip of his nose was pointed at the ground. "I was testing the recording equipment," Owen said softly. "I had to make some tweaks to prevent audio feedback, but it's working now." He didn't address my question. He just walked back to his desk and started shutting down the computer and stashing the big tub back into its slot on the shelf. I stared after him. My heart had not yet settled back into its regular pattern. "Ouch!" he said, and hopped onto one foot for a moment. Evidently, he'd stubbed his toe on the stun gun I'd pushed under the desk. Owen turned to me with the gun now in his hand and raised an eyebrow. "You really shouldn't leave these things lying around," he said with a grin. I let out a long breath and uncrossed my arms. Owen stood there in his T-shirt and rounded glasses, holding the oversized weapon. It was such a ridiculous sight, I suddenly felt as though I'd walked in on a role-playing round of Dungeons and Dragons. I found it difficult to keep a straight face and impossible to stay frustrated with him. From what I gathered from the Booker brothers' office so far, Owen wasn't the guy to meet with clients on his own, either. I remembered what Lucky had told me about the three of them. Harrison was the brains, Lucky was the people person, and Owen was the guy who took care of the stun guns and gadgets, and Lord only knows what else, so that everyone would have what they needed to investigate. "We have to lock up now. My grandma sent me a text saying I need to drive over there now if I'm going to deliver this before she leaves for her date." Owen slipped the translucent wire attached to the tiny black box into a small gray case filled with foam. "Tippy texts?" I asked a little loudly, while I gathered up my things from the front desk. Although, truth be told, I wasn't surprised. The lady was probably more up to date on any given trend than I was. "She does. Tweets, too. I'm not joking," Owen said matter-of-factly. He had slung his olive messenger bag over his shoulder and walked over to meet me at the door. Tippy's tweets. Those were something I would have to see. "Why do you call her Grandma?" I asked Owen. "I've only heard Harrison and Lucky call her Tippy." Owen smirked. "She only lets me call her that. According to her, I'm the cutest grandson, and she likes me the best," he said. I laughed, and Owen's face lit up even brighter. He held up his index finger on one hand and used the other to open the door for me. "But don't tell Harrison I told you that." Chapter 16. The next morning, Doyle caught me on the way up the stairs with another large mug of steaming coffee. Unlike the day before, I felt like I could really use it. Rosie and I had stayed up late watching the entirety of the BBC's Pride and Prejudice miniseries. In my opinion, it was a crime to run it non-stop like that. That was one thing you couldn't be expected to turn off at a reasonable hour. I thanked an unusually sleepy-looking Doyle and immediately took a large sip that burned my tongue. I winced. "You sure you don't need this yourself?" I asked him. Doyle and I had matching little puffy semicircles below our eyes, but I hoped that my efforts with the concealer had at least partially obscured mine. "I'm currently brewing a pot for myself," Doyle replied. His dark mustache hid the top of his mouth when he spoke, which had a funny effect. I was reminded how much he resembled a cartoon character. "Did the BBC get to you too?" he asked, which caught me entirely off guard. "Yes," I laughed, nearly sloshing coffee out of the mug. Doyle gave me a knowing smile and retreated back behind the counter, but not before he mimed removing a top hat and giving me a little bow. The image of Doyle at home on his couch with tea and cookies, watching Colin Firth and Jennifer Ely slowly find their way to understanding each other, kept me smiling all the way up the stairs. My smile dissipated as I swung open the door and saw the Booker brothers with taut faces. No one raised their heads or even appeared to hear the bell ring as I pushed into the office. Frederick Fitz, or Fitzy, whom I'd met the other day, stood in the middle of the room yelling at no particular Booker brother, but all of them at once. "This really is it, boys. I haven't wanted to bring out the E word, but if there ever was a time to get evicted, this would be it, Fitzy shouted. I had to refrain from covering my ears. His face had become almost swollen in his anger. He was red in the face, and his trembling hands were balled into white fists. I gingerly set down my coffee mug on my desk and dropped my bag down. I wanted to make as few movements as possible to not draw attention to myself. I wasn't sure what was going on, and it did not feel like the time to ask. Owen had his feet tucked up on a box next to his chair and his shoulders hunched, as if he was trying to fold into himself. His bright red shirt made him look like some kind of target. Harrison's head was in his hands, his hair shooting out at odd angles in some places and flat in others. Lucky sat back in his chair. His body was the picture of ease, but the little dent between his brows and his tight lips betrayed the facade, at least to me. After all I've done for you in keeping the rental price low for 40 years, you've never once had to pay real market rate for this place, and this is what I get in return? I put up with it all. I don't get involved with the craziness. And I even accept the rent being late, which has been happening more and more recently, and for that I get distrust and this? Fitzy said. The sheer volume and the grumbling rage of his voice made my heart pound. I hadn't noticed that in his balled-up fist he was waving the little device Owen and I, but mostly Owen, had put together the night before. He must have found the wire on Tippy. I scanned the tense group, but she didn't appear to be in the office. It has the company's name on it, by the way. Not very smooth, boys. Fitzy's tone was admonishing, but behind the anger I could hear his voice was on the edge of breaking. I could only see his back, which was rigid, and his empty left hand looked as though it might be trembling slightly. How dare you go behind my back like this? The three of you have only stayed in my good graces because of my fondness for Tippy, and you go and get her involved, Fitzy continued, shaking his head wildly. But this business of suspecting me of stealing my own brother's painting is an insult. I think now is finally the time for a new tenant. The bell rattled behind me, and this time, while Fitzy was taking a pause from the yelling, all four men, as well as myself, heard the door open and turned to see who was there. Chapter 17. Leo stood at the door, red in the face. Standing by his heels was an indignant-looking black French bulldog with a white chest. A light pink collar had the name Fiona stitched in purple thread. This was the infamous Fiona. She saw me looking at her and snarled. I had to hop out of the way to avoid the two of them as they barreled into the room to stand next to Fitzy. I placed myself between my own desk and the wall. You could feel the anger radiating off the two men and the dog like heat coming off concrete. You good-for-nothing boys. Don't bother lying. I heard all about it from Portia. Your plan to keep on taking my money until you felt like releasing my painting. Leo paced around the center of the room, looking around in every direction. Fiona started barking wildly, following close at the heels of her devoted owner. Where is it? What have you done with it, Lucky? Leo said. He stooped down to look below Lucky's desk, and then leaned over it to look behind. Harrison, if you think I'll ever be taking my business back to this office, you have another thing coming. They won't have a business, or if they do, it sure as heck won't be here. Fitzy shouted over the noise of Leo knocking stacks of files and boxes in the wake of his search. Was this all some giant setup? A dirty scheme to take my money? Who'd you have in on it? Tippy? Where is she, anyway? Tippy! Leo hollered. He reached behind a filing cabinet to look for his painting and let the whole thing clatter to the ground when he didn't find it. Fitzy joined him in the search, scattering paperwork, boxes, and electronics everywhere. Harrison stood up at his desk. His face had gone ashen, and his mouth was slightly open, as if he was in physical pain. Lucky remained seated through the whole cacophony. He swung his feet up to rest on his desk and reclined slightly, with his hands folded behind his head. He was no longer trying to keep his true emotions off his face. His eyes glazed over and appeared to flicker in the office light. His jaw was firmly set, pulling his lips outwards in a tight line. "Look everywhere. Be my guest. It'll be good to disturb the dust before the cleaners come," Lucky said dryly. Harrison shot him a cold look and chased after Leo and Fitzy. The incensed men were dangerously close to the printer. Owen had suddenly vanished. I hadn't seen where he went in all the chaos. Should I call the police? I'd never witnessed anything like this before. Movement caught my eye behind the office door, and I saw Doyle peering through the glass with wide eyes. He must have heard all the noise from downstairs. I returned his look and shrugged my shoulders. He began to push into the office, but at the same moment, Fitzy chucked a tub of paperclips over his shoulder, and it broke up against the door. Doyle jumped back, startled. I motioned for him to stay downstairs. There was enough going on in the Booker brothers' office without adding another man to the mix. "There's a storage room down the hall," Fitzy called to his brother over Fiona's shrill barks. "Look, Mr. Fitz, Leo, there must be some mistake here." Harrison tried to interject, steadying furniture and objects that now leaned precariously. "There's no mistake. The only mistake was the one I made ever coming to this blasted office in the first place. Bunch of swindlers," Leo shouted back. "Please, we can work this out. This has all been blown way out of—" Lucky tried, but Leo cut him off as well. "I don't want to hear anything from you. I'm going to see to it you'll never have a decent client again." Leo stormed down the hallway, and I could hear more items clanging down to the floor off the tall shelves, and the sound of something large and porcelain smashing. A flash of red caught my eye beneath Owen's desk. It was Owen and his red shirt. He was huddled beneath his desk, knees to his chest, trying to escape the mayhem. Chapter 18. We had all done our best to tidy up the state of disarray that Leo and Fitzy had left the office in. The four of us, the boys and I, sat around the conference table where I'd sat on my very first morning. The conference room was the one place that hadn't been torn apart, and we sat there and sipped from our coffee mugs in silence. Harrison's tie was askew, and Lucky had taken his off completely. Owen hadn't said a word since the Fitzes had left the office. I was trying to wrap my head around all that had happened in the previous few days when Harrison broke the silence. "Kacey," Harrison said, bringing everyone out of their mental wanderings and back into the room. "I'm so sorry, but we can't keep you." Upon hearing those words, I wasn't really surprised. Leo had spent the morning yelling about how he was intent on ruining the name of the business, and at one point had mentioned a lawsuit. I had suspected that this was something that the Bookers would not easily be able to fix, but the disappointment settled on me like a wet blanket. All I could do was nod in response and try hard to keep the image of getting dressed in a French maid outfit each morning from taking over my brain. Losing Leo meant losing one of our best clients, and goodness knows our reputation can't handle the calamity with the Fitz brothers. They're just too well connected. Harrison let out a long exhale. "I think this is it. It's time to finally shut down and walk away for good." Lucky quietly scoffed, but didn't come up with a retort. Neither did Owen, who was holding a Star Wars-themed coffee mug in front of his face that said, "May the coffee be with you." It wasn't his best nerdy slogan, but that was fitting, given the deflated state all the brothers were in. "Dad'll be disappointed, but he'll get over it," Harrison said. As if on cue, the three boys all turned their attention through the open door toward the portrait that hung on the wall near Owen's desk. "The writing's been on the wall for a long time, and he can't say we didn't do what he asked," Harrison said. Harrison's speech had drifted away from being an explanation for me and into an acknowledgement of the end of the Booker Brothers Detective Agency. The group of us fell into another somber silence. Even Lucky didn't seem to have anything to say. Then the faint jingle of a bell drew our attention to the front door. The woman who'd just entered the office wasted no time once she saw the group of us sitting in the meeting room. She marched straight toward us and stood in the doorway. After taking one look at us, she shifted her weight to one leg and put a hand on her hip. "Who died?" she asked. The woman was beautiful, but there was a fierceness to her features as well. Her hair was a complex variety of dark reds and copper tones that wound into a tight little bundle of a bun right on the top of her head. She had smooth, clear skin that made the expertly traced eyeliner stand out over her piercing, luminous blue eyes. But nothing stood out as much as the bright tangerine lipstick, which nearly pulsated with color. She was about my height and thin, with curves, and I guessed she must have been around 30, give or take a year. "Hi, Aggie," Owen said glumly. He spoke over the edge of his coffee cup. Lucky leaned back on his chair so that only the two back legs were touching the ground. He squared his shoulders and ran a hand through his hair. Harrison stood up and walked over to stand close to her. "Kacey, this is Aggie Pierce. Aggie, this is Kacey," Harrison said. Aggie rolled her eyes at Harrison's half-hearted introduction and extended her hand toward me. Her fingernails were painted in an understated but very classy neutral mauve. "Hi, I'm Aggie, longtime friend of the Bookers and bringer of some of their best cases," Aggie said. She shook my hand firmly and took in the unfortunate state of the Booker brothers. "These guys treating you okay?" she asked. I saw Harrison wince. The timing on that question wasn't ideal, considering I had just been fired, or let go, I guess. "Yes, they've been great," I said. It was essentially the truth, and I saw no reason to cause any of them any more discomfort. Aggie raised her eyebrows, and her bright lips pulled over toward her right cheek. "Really? Even this one?" She used her thumb to point to Lucky, and without turning her head to look at him, she used her foot to swipe at his chair in such a way that it came slamming back down onto 4 feet. "Hey!" he protested, but I could see that the light in his eyes had returned after the dismal morning. "Aggie is our #1 client," Harrison told me, flashing Aggie a warm smile. "#1?" Aggie said. "I thought I was #2 for referrals and case volume after that guy Fitz." She only needed to take in Harrison's expression to get the gist of what had just occurred. "I see," Aggie said. "Cheer up, will you? You'll rustle up some more business in no time. If there's one thing people can't stop themselves from doing, it's eating cake and committing crimes." "By the look of your figure, plus your law degree, it doesn't look like you do either of those things." "You'd be surprised," she said, winking at him. Harrison turned and started walking back through the office, grabbing his coat on the way. Aggie followed him. "Great to meet you, Kacey. I hope I'll see more of you," Aggie said brightly before she followed Harrison out the door. "You too. See you soon," I called back. I felt a pang in my chest, remembering that I wouldn't see her again. Lucky stood up suddenly. "I've got to go do something," he said, and made for the door as well. Owen and I stood from the table and walked back into the main office. Lucky paused halfway across the room, as if he'd forgotten something. He turned back toward me and stretched out his hand. "Thanks, Kacey Chance. It's been a slice," he said. His tone held something like sadness, but he flashed me the kind of grin I wouldn't have minded getting used to. Before I knew it, Lucky had gone, and it was just me and Owen in the office again. Owen shifted uncomfortably in his shoes. His right hand was cupped around the back of his neck. "Can I help you clean out your desk?" he asked. I shook my head and picked up my purse. "Everything's here, except a snack or two." I pulled open one of the lower drawers that I'd designated for emergency sustenance to find a bright red unopened bag of shrimp-flavored chips. I held it up to Owen. "All the talk of shrimp puffs gave me a craving," I said. Owen cocked his head to the side and examined the packaging. "Strange. I've never tried those," he said. The way he said it made me imagine he'd spent a day sampling every possible junky food snack that was sold in the U.S., and he'd somehow managed to leave Nong Shim shrimp crackers off the list. That actually sounded like a very good time. Again, I felt a painful contraction in my chest at the bizarre thought of all the things I could have gotten up to with the Booker brothers. I extended the bag toward him as a parting gift. "Keep them," I said. I scanned my desk and then the rest of the office to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything. Even though I knew I hadn't, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving something important behind. It was such an uncomfortable feeling that it brought a hot, stinging sensation and a pressure behind my eyes. Owen was watching me, so I gave him a quick smile and started for the door. "I hope everything works out for all of you. This week was great," I said, pushing the door open and getting a whiff of what I guessed was a batch of deep-fried pickles. "I'm sure that we'll figure out the budget. Harrison always does, and you'll be back again next week," Owen said. He took a couple steps forward, and I could see that his brows were slightly furrowed. "I'll save these for the upcoming celebration. We'll share them," Owen said, smiling, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. I nodded, feeling a warm pressure behind my eyes from his sincerity. I let the door swing shut and left the Booker Brothers Detective Agency behind me. Chapter 19. By the time Rosie walked through the front door into our dingy little apartment, I had already uncorked, or unscrewed, rather, a bottle of rosé. "I'm sorry. I'm late, Rosie said, dropping her large coral purse next to the coat rack. On its own, it was a stylish enough bag, even if it was from about 13 seasons ago. It was the brownish-tan color of Rosie's courier uniform that made it look outrageous and tacky when she wore it. Those were her words, not mine, but she didn't seem to mind day to day. When bright coral is your favorite color, you don't let a silly thing like a work uniform change your style, she'd told me once. I had a last-minute delivery clear across town right before closing today. Angus was there, and I'm still in line for that promotion I told you about, so I didn't have a ton of choice. Sorry, girl. But I did make it back in 22 minutes instead of the map's estimate of 54, Rosie announced proudly. She hopped on one foot while she yanked off a worn pair of red Converse. "Nice job," I said, giving her a thumbs up. "And no problem. I wanted to wait for you." When I had arrived home earlier that evening, I unscrewed the cap of the bottle while I sat alone on our big, fifth-hand gray couch. But as down as I was about the outcome of the week, I didn't feel like I was at the point of drinking on my own. I hadn't waited, however, to delve into the snacks I had strategically placed around the couch and coffee table so that I wouldn't have to get up all evening, in case I had to pee. I crunched away some shrimp-flavored chips. I had picked up a replacement bag from the corner store down the street. I hoped Owen would eat his, They were actually really good. The wine bottle sat in a mixing bowl of ice on the coffee table to keep cool. All the salty snacks I'd been eating, combined with a rough day, made me eager to make a dent in it. Besides, I think I read somewhere that it's good to open your wine early to give it some air. I propped myself up on an elbow from my lazily reclining posture on the couch to drag the bottle off the table. I gave it an exploratory sniff, which made my eyes water a little. "How is it?" Rosie asked, swiping the 2 wine glasses off the coffee table and holding them out for me to pour. "Still $12, I smiled brightly, much brighter than I felt. Rosie bumped the rim of her glass against mine and took a gulp. Yep," Rosie said. "So, is this a happy wine or a sad wine?" she asked, taking a second gulp. After leaving the Booker Brothers' office earlier that day, I'd sent Rosie the wine glass emoji and the word "tonight." It was not an unusual text for either of us to send or receive, but it could mean a multitude of things. We usually waited for the evening to unpack the meaning properly with the pretty pink liquid strength in our grasp. I watched 4 bubbles float around in my glass before one of them popped, leaving 3. I'm just going to go ahead and guess we've got ourselves a sad bottle. "What happened?" Rosie asked. She tucked her feet under a cushion between us, and I pushed over some of my blanket toward her. "No more Booker Brothers," I said. I wiggled myself even deeper into the couch, hoping to be swallowed whole. "Oh, no," Rosie said. She laid her hand on my ankle beneath the fuzzy blanket and gave me a gentle squeeze. "You were liking it so much," she said. Her lips turned down, and I could see real sadness in her eyes on my behalf. I was comfortable, for the moment, wallowing selfishly in my misfortune, but I suddenly had a rush of affection and appreciation for my best friend and roommate. We'd been in that exact spot time and time again over the years, over lost jobs and breakups, and Rosie always cared. Maybe a little too much. Sometimes she'd still be hung up over one of my exes or employers long after I'd moved on. But I loved the loyalty and the constancy. I know, I loved it, and I gave everything else up to be there. I lasted 3 days. That's definitely a record. "I don't know what to do anymore," I said. I reached down beside the couch for a 2-bite brownie. By the time I'd pulled one out, Rosie was at the ready with the whipped cream canister. Bless her heart. We were one well-oiled machine. "It's a total shame, girl," Rosie said, loading up my mini brownie with a fluffy white tower. I immediately stuffed it in my mouth, but continued talking anyway. "On Monday, I was on my way to a new career, a new dream to finally replace acting. And by Wednesday, I'm careerless and dreamless," I said. Rosie nodded and topped up my wine glass before reaching for a brownie herself. She liked hers with caramel sauce, which I'd already set down next to her side of the couch. "It's a double shame, because I was up late last night Googling." "You mean stalking?" I said, rolling my eyes and nudging her with my foot. "Googling. And those Bookers are hot stuff," she said, widening her eyes and pretending to fan herself in the heat. "They are," I admitted. We both let a couple moments pass by daydreaming about the Bookers. Now that I was out of there for good, I felt it was safe to agree. It was probably just the wine, but I felt some heat rise in my cheeks. "My day wasn't great either, but something funny happened," Rosie said. She created suspense by taking a second to pour herself more wine. "I was doing a residential delivery today, near the hills, and this guy wouldn't open his door all the way. He was being super weird about letting me look inside the house. From what I could see, it was just your average run-of-the-mill millionaire living room," Rosie said. We both glanced around our own living room with its old, taped-back-together furniture and bars on the one window. "Well, you know what I mean," Rosie said, laughing. "What could he have had in there?" I asked. "Some 50 Shades stuff?" Rosie suggested. "Maybe he was one of those people who like to pretend they're babies, like with adult-sized onesies and bottles and cribs and stuff," I said. I leaned over to the small bookshelf near the TV for a bowl of popcorn I'd forgotten about. "Or a seance?" said Rosie. "Money laundering? Cooking up some meth?" Rosie and I kept on going with ideas through our snorts and giggles until I felt something vibrate and heard my phone let out a short beep. I had to sit up and look under all the blankets I had on top of me to find it. When I opened up the email, I threw myself down onto my back and pulled the covers over my face. Rosie picked up my phone and read, "French maid service? Uniformed cleaning? Is this your plan?" Rosie asked. It sounded like she was trying to keep her tone neutral. "No. Yes. I don't know," I said with a sigh. "I guess I could find something else somehow, but the pay is really good. Is it crazy that I'm considering it?" I asked her and peered out from under my blanket. "No, it's not crazy. Just give it some time. Don't make any decisions tonight. You're upset and stressed," Rosie said. Suddenly, she put her wine glass down and clapped her hands together, wiggling into a higher-seated position on the couch. "Why don't I run some audition lines with you to cheer you up?" she said. Before I could answer, Rosie had hopped off the couch and gone into my room to find a couple sets of sides. I could hear her rummaging around on my floor and under my bed. "Ew!" she called out a couple moments later. "What?" I shouted back. "You've got to deal with that hoard of snacks under your bed, girl. You're definitely the reason we have had such a bad problem with the—" Rosie stopped talking and pointed aggressively at the rat trap near the kitchen door. We'd had some issues with the landlord and some of our neighbors about dealing with the rats, so Rosie and I just referred to it as the problem. Sound really carried through our apartment walls. We'd found out the hard way over time what those constraints were in a variety of different ways. "They're in a bucket," I said. "Not all of them," she assured me. "Okay, I will deal with it when I have a better day," I said. Rosie rolled her eyes and crawled back into her place on the couch with the scripts. "Ready?" she asked. I didn't have the heart to tell her that thinking about acting was probably the last thing I wanted to do. Instead, I sat up to get ready when she hopped back onto the couch. "What emotion should I use for reading my lines?" Rosie asked excitedly. "Surprise me," I said. The truth was that I just couldn't think of anything, or didn't want to. "All right." Rosie cleared her throat and squared her shoulders to face me. "He'll never make you happy, Elena. Not the way I can," Rosie said, deepening her voice to sound more husky and masculine. She sat up straight and pushed her chest out. There was a sparkle in her eye, and she wore a smirk. No, a sneer. "But George, he's safe, and he's good to me." I paused, reading the beat in the script, but I used the time to look at Rosie some more before continuing. "He thinks you'll leave me before we even make it to the altar," I said. I was half-heartedly reading my lines back to Rosie, but she was doing far more work on the acting. She was succeeding in making me feel uneasy by channeling her character. "But think about it, darling. Do you want safe? Safe is boring. You want me. I know you do," Rosie said. Her voice cracked a little, and she giggled. "What is that? What emotion did you use?" I asked her as myself. "Malicious glee," she said, and wiggled her eyebrows like a maniac. I replied, looking back down at my script. Something was nagging at the edge of my mind. Or maybe it was just the beginning of a rosé buzz starting to pull at the edges of my awareness. I tried to focus back down at my script. The letters were starting to look a little fuzzy on the page. George, you're right, but if I do this, there's no turning back, I read aloud. So, let's go forward, Elena, Rosie said. She was trying to suppress her giggles at the awful script when everything suddenly became clear. I leapt up off the couch, sloshing some wine out of my glass, and raised my hands above my head triumphantly. Rosie, I know how to solve the case of the missing artwork. Chapter 20. I could feel a dull throb in the back of my head as the bright morning sun beamed through the window of my old Prius. I'd probably had a glass of wine too many the night before. Rosie always swore that drinking too much rosé was impossible due to its being pink, of course. But that morning, I felt as though I had officially proved her wrong. I kept my chunky, oversized sunglasses on while I opened the pouch to my uniform and began pulling on the various pieces. I twisted my body to one side and had to lift my butt off the seat to pull on nylons. I dropped down suddenly, pulling my jean jacket over my lap, when an older woman in her 70s walked by with her poodle across the street. She peered over at me and glanced around for a moment before she kept walking. I went back to putting on the wardrobe for my new role. I realized it may have been just my mismatched driver's side door in a neighborhood like this that caught her attention, but I decided that if somehow I ended up getting my job back with the Bookers, tinted windows would be an excellent investment. There hadn't been enough time to properly get hired by the cleaning company, and I wasn't confident about the legality of implicating them in my plan, so I'd had to improvise. Before Rosie had left for work, I got her to call August's house, pretending to be the cleaning company offering its promotion. She had a peculiar knack for imitating voices, even male voices. Thankfully, August had taken Rosie up on her falsified offer, and the plan was set in motion. By 8:30, I was waiting outside the costume shop, and by 9:15, I had pulled up a block and a half away from August's house. The geeky guy at the costume shop, with greasy hair and acne, had grinned at me the entire time while he rang through all of my purchases. The store didn't have any thigh-high white socks, so I was stuck with the slightly more risque option of fishnets and sheer nylons. I had found the flouncy little black and white dress without any issues, and it came with a headpiece. I bought a blonde wig to strengthen my disguise and planned to wear an old pair of glasses of Rosie's. She'd bought them last year, more as a fashion statement than a tool for her vision. She'd actually popped out the fake lenses one day when she started to feel like they were making her dizzy, but I thought they would work well enough for my plan. I sat in my parked car on August Street. Once I had hiked up the fishnets and pulled the flimsy dress over my head, I pulled on the plain black heels that I wore to most of my auditions. Sweat started to prickle under my arms, and I fanned myself with a People magazine on the floor. This was just like an audition, too, only the stakes were much higher than usual. I reapplied my crimson lipstick and checked my eyeliner in the rear-view mirror. I grabbed the handle of a plastic tray from the back seat. I'd crammed a bunch of cleaner bottles and sponges from under the sinks of our apartment earlier that morning. There were at least 3 that neither Rosie nor I had even known were there. Finally, they would be getting put to good use. There was no way my phone would be able to fit anywhere in my outfit, not even in my bra. My boobs, which were usually a little below average, size-wise, had become ample and voluptuous, squished together in the corset-like dress. I slipped my phone between the Windex and the tile cleaner and stepped out of the car. It was only a little more than a block to August's house, but it felt like 10 miles in the outfit I had on. An old man in a straw hat caught sight of me while watering his deck plants. He didn't seem to notice when the stream began missing the pots altogether and splashing onto the deck. I kept walking, holding my head up high and avoiding eye contact with a young jogging couple across the street. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the lady smack the man's stomach with the back of her hand, and he reluctantly set his sights back on the manicured lawns and luxury cars. The woman scowled at me until she'd passed. August's house was large and upscale, but it did not come close to matching the glamour of Leo's house. I had only seen the glimpses from the security tapes, of course, but I'd been able to tell that the modern architecture and Californian opulence could scarcely be beat. August's home loomed tall before me. Set back and up on a small hill was a Spanish colonial revival-type house with immaculate landscaping all around it. An elaborate brick pathway led to an oversized front door. My heart started beating so forcefully I could see the cheap lace tremble with every beat. "This is your chance, Kacey. Show them what you're made of." I approached the door and found the doorbell. I crossed my fingers behind my back and hoped I would be greeted by a housekeeper or personal assistant. Perhaps August would be out for the day and I wouldn't see him at all. My luck was off to a bad start, it turned out. The giant door swung open, and there stood August. He wore paisley pajama pants with a dark blue housecoat wrapped tightly around his thin torso. His hair was neatly combed with some kind of pomade or wax to hold it in place. It was just as it had been each time I'd seen him. His mouth hung open for a moment while he took in the sight of me, and then he abruptly cleared his throat. You're here to clean for me?" August stammered. "Oui, yes, Monsieur Ripley," I said with something along the lines of a French accent. I intentionally made the end of his last name rhyme with hay instead of T. The small creases of a frown were evident between his brows. Would he recognize me? "It's Ripley," August corrected me. "Oh, excuse me. Je suis désolé, monsieur," I replied. I batted my false eyelashes at him and did my best to look sincere. For a moment, I worried he would become too skeptical of the whole thing and send me away. But then his face relaxed, and I could see him fight the urge to let his gaze wander from my face. He quickly gazed past me, out onto the driveway and the boulevard beyond it, and ushered me inside. Once he'd closed the door, he started ogling again. I shifted my weight from heel to heel and tried to keep a pleasant smile on my face. I swiftly became aware of how often the customers of the cleaning company must assume that their scantily clad housekeepers aren't actually there to attend to the house. The job paid well, but certainly not that well. Besides, there were loads of other numbers to call, if that was what you were looking for in L.A. "I start now?" I asked, bringing August back from whatever daydream he'd been in. Yes, of course. This way. I'm going to put on some clothes. I'll be right back. You can start with the kitchen," he said, and pointed me down a long hall. The entryway to the house led right into a large living room with vaulted ceilings. There was a fireplace built into the white brick wall that was as tall as me, and above the mantel was exactly what I had been looking for. The Hannah Otto painting. There it was, proudly displayed in August's very own house. I suppressed a grin, and the butterflies flapped around in my stomach. I'd solved the crime. Could this mean I might get my investigative career back? I forced my mind to focus and not get too ahead of myself. This would be all for nothing if I couldn't get proof for the bookers. I quickly placed my carrier tray with cleaning supplies onto the ground instead of following August's directions to the kitchen, and bent over to pretend I was rummaging around. When I finally heard the door click shut to what I presumed to be August's bedroom, I pulled my phone out from between the bottles of cleaner and rags. I snapped a few photos of the living room and the wall where the painting hung before I took a few steps into the living room to get a closer shot of the painting itself. The wall where the painting was across from floor-to-ceiling glass doors that led out to a long rectangular pool. The sun bouncing on the water gave the painting an eerie, wavy effect. Suddenly, I heard a man yell, and there was August, running across the patio toward the living room. The house wrapped around in such a way that August had been able to see me through the glass doors from his bedroom at the other side of the pool. I turned to run for the front door, but my heel caught on the uneven slate tiles, and I had to grab onto the back of a couch to not fall over. That, I wish I could have said to Lucky, is why wearing heels to work is a bad idea. August slid one of the glass doors open and leapt through to the living room. He had to dodge an overstuffed leather armchair and a bookshelf to get to me. I noticed that there was a large framed painting, of what I couldn't tell, leaning against the shelf. It must have hung where the Hannah Auto did now. I had managed to stand up, using the couch for support, and started heading for the door again, but he caught up to me and grabbed onto my black and white silky shoulder. "What are you doing?" he shouted. "It's just a nice painting. I stopped short, realizing I'd forgotten to put on an accent. August didn't seem to notice, but he did seem to get suddenly suspicious of my short blonde hair. He reached forward and tugged. The wig came off, and so did the glasses. My brown hair tumbled free, and he stepped back in surprise. "Kacey?" he said. It took me a minute to realize he'd said my name right. There's a first time for everything. Chapter 21. Recognition washed over August's face as he staggered backwards a couple steps. "How did you—" August began, but he quickly transformed his confusion into dark amusement. "Those Booker boys have you doing house calls now? And in costume, too. It's only fitting that they'd have cheap taste." August took in the details of my costume from top to bottom again. This time, instead of surprise or curiosity, the way his eyes settled on each fold of satin and stitched section of white lace made my blood boil. "Why did you steal the painting, August?" I asked sharply, and ignored his comments. If I was going to get what I'd come for, I needed to take control of the situation. August set his jaw and jutted his chin out. "Leo deserved everything he got," he growled. August sat down in an armchair, but kept his posture tall. He had perfect view of the painting, and he locked his eyes on it, taking it all in. "After all that he's taken from me, this is nothing. Nothing." I glanced down at the ground, where my phone had been knocked out of my hand. It was upside down beside my tray of cleaning supplies. "Taken from you?" I repeated, pressing him to say more. "Yes, taken. Stolen from me. You see, this isn't the first time the lovely Hannah has changed hands between us. She loved me first," he said. His voice cracked slightly, but then his eyes became steely. "Leo was the original thief. He stole her heart away from me." "Hannah, the woman. Of course. I'd seen enough movies and TV shows to know that a lover scorned was more than enough motive for just about any crime. Why hadn't I thought of it before? You were in a relationship with Hannah Otto before Leo was? I asked. August stared up at the painting. The rigidness of his jaw had lessened, and his brows were no longer angled downward so severely. "We were soulmates," he said simply. "I dated her first, yes, and I loved her. She loved me too. But Leo can charm the skin off a snake." August stared blankly at the ground while his shoulders drooped. "The affair didn't last long before Leo cast her aside. I would have taken her back in a heartbeat, but she didn't want to have anything to do with either of us for many years. By the time we reconnected, it was too late to be anything more than friends." "Why are you still friends, or pretending to be, with Leo?" I asked. August sighed and didn't make eye contact with me. He smiled weakly, absent-mindedly, rubbing his palm over his chest. "Like I said, he's a snake charmer, but the memories came flooding back the night of the party. I was overcome with a need to make him feel even a fraction of what he had put me through." "So you impersonated one of the cater waiters to get it out of the house. What were you doing in the 2 minutes gap between the two cameras?" I asked. In truth, I already had my suspicions, but I wanted to hear him say it. "Once I'd gotten it out of the house, I stashed it in some shrubbery outside, where I knew the cameras didn't overlap. I went back for it later that night," August said. He gave a dry laugh, as if remembering the night's events. "I had to get rid of those shrimp puffs. I ate a bunch and let the dog have the rest. The fact that Leo got so upset over Fiona being sick all night was an unintended consequence, the cherry on top." August continued to chuckle and had to remove his thick glasses to wipe a tear that appeared at the corner of his eye. When he'd put them back on, he must have seen the dismay on my face. I had a weak stomach and short temper for anyone who was okay with harming pets. August stood suddenly, the hardness returning to his face and posture as he began taking slow steps toward me. "I really shouldn't have told you those things. You're going to run back to those Booker fools, aren't you?" August said. "We can't have that. No, we certainly can't have that." I didn't know how to answer him. On the one hand, if I lied about still having my job with the office, he might get angrier about the lying and spying on him. But if I told him I was working alone to get the answers for myself, he would know there would be no one coming to look for me if I didn't return. In the same moment, both August and I turned our attention to my phone, still lying on the ground. Quicker than I thought he was capable of, August lunged for it. Painfully, I dropped to my knees on the slate tiles to intercept him and managed to wrap my hand around the phone first. "You stupid girl! Did you record me?" he barked. The meekness that usually clung to August had disappeared, leaving an angry, rough man behind. August shoved my shoulder backwards and yanked at the device in my hands. He was strong, despite his thin frame, and he managed to jostle me around until my shoulder blades dug into the cold, hard grooves of the floor. Pain pierced up through my back, and a gasp escaped from my lips. The way he had me pinned to the ground hurt, but what scared me most was the gleam in August's eyes as he desperately wrestled the phone from my grasp. It was that look of glee at being in control, at causing pain and discomfort to someone else, that had tipped me off about the whole thing. I tried to kick at him with the base of my heel. One had fallen off when I fell, but I managed to angle my foot so that I struck his crotch. It wasn't enough to get him to let go completely, but he doubled over for a moment. The blow only made him more mad, and he brutally twisted my arm around until I had to decide whether to let it snap or to let go of the phone. The pain and pressure started to make me feel nauseous. Just as my face began to flood with hot blood from the pain as August pushed and pushed, the front door swung wide open. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him. Owen stood a few feet away, holding the gigantic stun gun. "Let her go, August," Owen shouted. He had the weapon aimed just above me, at August's chest. August's mouth hung open and his eyes blazed, unblinking. He didn't let go of my arm. He just twisted it harder, forcing my back further and further into the rough grooves of the floor below. "You're not going to shoot me with that toy, boy. Get out of here," August snarled in Owen's direction. The black rubberized gun with bright yellow accents did, in fact, look about as threatening as a child's toy. August gave my arm one last twist, and I couldn't take it anymore. I let go of my phone, and he seized it triumphantly. "Aha!" he exclaimed. As soon as August had let go of me and stood up, I heard a loud popping sound and then a buzzing. A second later, an unconscious August slumped heavily onto the floor beside me, quickly accompanied by a mechanical smashing sound. In spite of myself, I let out a frightened yelp when August thumped down next to me. I quickly scrambled away from him, feeling scratched and sore. "It's okay. You're safe," Owen said. He'd dropped the stun gun by the door and ran toward me. Owen was the smallest Booker brother, in terms of both height and weight, but he slipped his arms under mine and lifted me onto my feet surprisingly easily. I was small, but with my penchant for snacks, I was certainly not anywhere near the cliché of being light as a feather. "I didn't know if you'd come," I said. I was surprised that my voice sounded a little shaky. "What do you mean? Of course I was coming," Owen said, gently holding onto my uninjured arm to support my shaky legs. "You took your time a little there at the end," I said, gingerly lifting my sore arm and giving him a playful nudge with the other. He muttered something about getting his foot stuck in the hedge and peered down with a deeply furrowed brow at August's still form. Owen's hand that supported me was open and gentle, but his free one was clenched tightly into a fist. Our culprit wouldn't be out for long, but long enough for us to get any remaining photo evidence we might need and to grab the painting. "I'll definitely work on my entrance for next time," he said seriously. I laughed. "There'll be a next time? Will there?" I joked, although I felt a sudden lightness in my chest at the thought of returning to the office and rejoining the team. "Maybe I could handle the stun gun, and you could wear the maid uniform in that scenario," I said. Owen blushed. He must have not even noticed my outfit yet, which was something I was pretty sure Owen was the only man capable of doing. But now that I'd drawn attention to it, he found it hard to ignore my cleavage and all the exposed skin. He cleared his throat and directed his attention far away from my body, up at the Hannah Otto painting. Owen had been hiding outside the whole time, listening through a device placed in the cleaning supplies, but in the midst of the action, I'd almost forgotten the plan. A cool rush of relief washed over me, and I leaned in to plop a kiss on Owen's cheek. Owen, whose eyes became wide, trying to discern why my face would be approaching his face with such velocity, turned his head to find out at the last moment, and my sweet thank you kiss landed squarely on his lips. They were soft and warm, and even though I was startled, I lingered there for an extra millisecond. When I pulled back, He let go of my arm and stepped backwards while his cheeks filled with color. He swayed back and forth a little, looking woozy as he kept moving away from me. "That you was," Owen fumbled. He opened his mouth as if he was about to try again at the whole words thing, when the back of his shoe caught August's sprawled-out thigh, and Owen toppled backwards against the couch, where I had fallen just minutes earlier. Owen had fallen back onto the soft part and wasn't hurt, so I allowed myself to let out a giggle. I moved to walk unevenly toward him, wearing only one shoe, when something crunched under my heel. On the floor near August, there was a little pile of glass shards and aluminum bits. "Owen," I said, approaching the couch and peering over the back edge to see him sprawled out. He was as unmoving as a statue, and his big hazel eyes were still wide open and blinking rapidly. His reaction to my accidental kiss was so endearing that I couldn't resist reaching over and ruffling his hair. "I think you owe me a phone." Chapter 22. The next morning, I took my time walking up the old carpeted stairs to the office. Doyle's was hopping in a way that was uncharacteristic of what I'd seen over the last week. He was busy attending to the patrons at the bar stools and didn't hurry over to bring me a coffee, but I was glad for that. It was no time for caffeine. I didn't know this was truly the last time I'd ascend these steps, or the first of many more, and my stomach was in an uproar about the uncertainty. The butterflies flapped against my insides and threatened to knock me off balance. Before I reached the office, I let the sweet smell of pastries and crispy bacon bolster me up for what was to come. The familiar and comforting mix of salty and sweet raised my energy levels, so I straightened out my white collar and pushed into the Booker Brothers Detective Agency once more. All of the Booker brothers were there, even at such an early hour. They sat around in the middle of the office on their desk chairs, except for Owen, who was perched on a foldable plastic one. His regular chair was overturned behind his desk, and the orientation of the seat was crooked and all wonky. It must have been broken during Leo and Fitzy's tirade the other morning. Tippy was there, too, holding a fresh cup of coffee in her grandma mug and sipping it against a filing cabinet. She eyed me as I walked in and sat down in another plastic chair near my desk. Lucky's eyes were bright, and he flashed me the largest grin I'd seen of his yet. "Well, well, well, if it isn't the infamous crime solver herself," Lucky announced as I walked toward them. "You know, you and I could be an unstoppable duo." He waggled his eyebrows in an impressive little wave motion. My heart leapt at the suggestion that there was some version of reality where I may get to keep my job, but I fought down my rising hopes. The disappointment from being let go the other day hadn't subsided, and I didn't think I'd be able to take much more. Just because I'd gone out on a limb and solved the case wouldn't mean I'd be allowed to stay, would it? Harrison would likely be the real test. Harrison's lips remained flat, and there was a little indent between his brows. The butterflies continued to thwack around wildly. Owen caught my eye briefly, and then quickly distracted himself by picking at the battered corner of his desk. It may have been my imagination, but I was fairly sure I could see him trying to hide that he was blushing all the way up his neck and into his cheeks. If his brothers noticed, they didn't say anything, which made me pretty confident they hadn't noticed, and that Owen hadn't passed on any information about the kiss. "Kacey, I have to say that I'm not pleased with how this all happened," he said. His tone was authoritative. It sounded like he'd decided to go with the role of tough boss this morning. "Owen, I still can't believe you went along with it. You knew, better than Kacey, that she wasn't licensed, and what she did was dangerous to herself as well as jeopardizing the whole business, Harrison said. Did we even have a business after the other day? I thought you said, Lucky interjected, but Harrison somehow managed to silence him with a glare. Kacey, how did you even know that the painting was at August's house? Harrison said. For a moment, the tough tone gave way to genuine interest. Owen, who was still doing his best to avoid eye contact with me, for the most part sat there quietly, allowing the questions to be directed toward me. I realized that Owen had held out on telling his brothers any of the details. Did he do it just so I would get to come back and make my case? It took me a moment to realize that everyone, the boys and Tippy, had their eyes on me, waiting expectantly to be briefed of the case of the missing artwork. Malicious glee, I stated. And then I realized I would need to provide more than a little context when the Booker family stared back at me blankly. In truth, I hadn't been prepared to talk about my reasoning or how everything had gone down the day before. I thought Owen would have filled everyone in on my risky behavior and that it was more than likely that I would be berated for my negligence this morning and then sent away forever. But maybe I still had a chance. I took a breath and started again. I noticed August's look of malicious glee when he stopped in for an update the other night. That made me think something was off. And then my roommate Rosie, she's a courier, told me about a delivery she made to a client who didn't want her to get a glimpse of the inside of his house. That reminded me of the very first morning August and Leo were here. August was adamant that Leo not come to his house for breakfast, and that instead they would stay out and choose a restaurant, I said. My audience was captivated, but still unclear of how it all came together, so I continued. August is thinner under his suits than I first realized, which got me to think about whether he could have been an approximate match for the build of our cater-waiter suspect. Plus, he'd said that the shrimp puffs had been good when no one else could recall they'd been served. It all added up to me, really. I had to give it a shot. What did I have to lose by trying my hand at investigating? I asked, and laughed nervously. Worst case scenario, I'd have cleaned his house for a day without pay. And besides, it would have been good training for my alternate career anyway. Despite a few confused looks at first about my alternate career, everyone appeared to have sat up a couple of inches taller. Lucky caught my eye and gave me a double thumbs up. Harrison actually smiled and gave me a crisp nod. Tippy raised her eyebrows as high as I'd seen them go and toasted me with her coffee mug. I smiled at Owen and tried to send him a silent thanks for giving me the chance to show up and defend myself. He gave me a slow nod. After he took in the reactions of his family members, a huge grin slid across his face. What you did was dangerous, Kacey, but you may have just kept us in business a little while longer. I thank you for that. We all do, Harrison said. Lucky let out a cheer. That's about as good as you'll get with him, Lucky said, nudging Harrison with his elbow. You have good instincts, Harrison continued, ignoring Lucky. I believe you know, Owen piped up quietly. About being the first one to jump off the cliff, or the barn, he said. He smiled at me sweetly, in a way that made me feel like I was about to blush. Luckily, the front door swung open, and the bell rattled again, which broke the moment. Rosie stood in the doorway in her tan uniform. Her bright blonde ponytail swished from side to side as she walked over. She held an extra thick white envelope in her hand and presented it to the group of us. "Payment for the case in full," she announced. Harrison winced slightly. "How did he seem?" Harrison asked her. "Mad, but not at any of you. He mentioned he sent extra money to apologize for trashing the office," Rosie said. Harrison's expression lifted. "We won't replace the broken things, but we will be able to pay the rent," he said. Owen's face fell as he wobbled back and forth on his flimsy plastic chair, testing its limits. Rosie waved the envelope around, as if asking who would take it from her. Tippy made a move, as if she was going to take it from her, but then decided to think better of it, and pulled back against the cabinet. Harrison, seated furthest from Rosie, gave me a nod that I interpreted as, "Take it. You've earned it." Rosie saw it too, and handed the envelope to me. It was surprisingly heavy, and I guessed that Leo had opted for cash. Rosie gave a mock salute as a goodbye to everyone and turned to head for the door. Before she let the door fall shut, her ponytail whipped around one more time and she shot me a wink. "She was much faster than our usual courier," Harrison remarked when the door closed behind Rosie. "And 10 times more pleasant," Lucky added with a smug grin. I got the sense that Lucky had enjoyed more than just Rosie's demeanor. Harrison rolled his eyes and scoffed at his brother. "Thanks for the suggestion. We'll use Rosie's services from now on," Harrison said to me. They wanted to continue using Rosie's services, but what about mine? It was as good of a time as any to bite the bullet and ask. "So, am I hired back?" I asked. My voice was soft, but my hands gripped my seat like I was hanging on for dear life. I tried to gauge my expression by making eye contact with each of the brothers. I didn't want to come across as too desperate or pleading. No one wanted to see that. My lungs felt tight, fighting with me to exhale. But I couldn't, not until I knew. "I'm not sure, honestly. We'd love to have you, of course, but money is still tight, even with that," Harrison said, and pointed at the envelope in my hands. Harrison wrung his hands together, and his foot bounced up and down. I let out my breath slowly. I feared that if I did it too fast, I'd collapse to the ground like an empty balloon. "Maybe you could do something else for the rest of the month, and then come back if things are going well enough here," Harrison suggested. He didn't look happy with his proposal either, but I could tell he felt stuck. He was just telling it like it was. I felt myself begin to deflate, but did my best to hold it together and stay upbeat. "I understand," I said, forcing the edges of my mouth to turn upwards. I was surprised when Lucky stood up from his chair and turned to Harrison. "That's not good enough," he said, looking between his two brothers. "We have to keep Kacey, even if it means personal sacrifice. She's unique. She's a self-starter, unlike so many of her generation," Lucky said. My generation? He wasn't that much older than I was. But Lucky hadn't finished. "We could really use someone with her abilities, not to mention for increasing billable hours," Lucky continued. Lucky ran a hand through his wavy hair and opened his mouth to continue, but Harrison interrupted him. "Are you absolutely sure, Lucky? Personal sacrifice?" Harrison said. "Yes, of course I'm sure," Lucky said. "Fine. Kacey, you're hired back full-time, and a portion of her pay will come from canceling the lease on your car, Lucky," Harrison said smugly. Harrison beamed. He crossed his arms loosely and leaned back in his chair. I could tell he was genuinely pleased to have found a way to keep me on, But part of his grin definitely had to do with finally getting back at Lucky for that car. That was fine with me. Lucky groaned and scratched his head before breaking into another grin. Let's vote. By a show of hands, who chooses to hire Kacey? Harrison asked, scanning the room. Owen's hand shot up first, followed by Harrison's and then Lucky's. Even Tippy had her hand held up. There we have it, Harrison said. Welcome to the team, Kacey. Chapter 23. By the end of the day, the 5 of us had cleaned up the office to a reasonable enough standard. Owen's chair was still broken, and one filing cabinet had been dented so badly that none of the drawers would open. But other than that, most of the chaos had been addressed by the refilling and stacking of boxes. I had offered my desk chair to Owen, arguing that his work and position outranked mine, and he should have a comfortable chair to sit at his computer all day. He strongly refused, and politely thanked me. Instead, to fix the problem of his wobbly chair, Owen had strategically used duct tape to anchor and adhere various points on the seat to ensure maximum stability, he'd told me. Owen had also recharged and replaced the stun gun into its rubber tub. I hadn't known Owen would come to August's house the previous morning armed. That hadn't been in the plan, but I was grateful he'd thought of it. I was working my way through filing a miscellaneous pile of documents when I heard Owen call my name. Kacey, he said. Owen had taken the bag of Nongshim shrimp chips out of his desk drawer and waved them at me. You kept them? I was surprised and touched that he'd actually saved them. He had been right, too. I was back, and back for good if I had anything to say about it. Owen popped the bag open, and we passed them around the office while we worked. Owen got distracted by Googling their nutritional details, which I warned him not to do. Harrison tried one and said he couldn't stomach it. According to him, anything shrimp-related was still a traumatic reminder of the crazy case we'd just closed. Lucky ate them by the handful, until all that was left in the bag was a fine layer of shrimp-flavored dust. Around 5:30, once the group of us had finally slowed down our cleanup efforts, Fitzy wandered into the office, looking sheepish. I got the rent, boys. Thanks for that. He paused. He had his right hand cupped around the back of his neck, and his gaze jumped between the floor and the 3 Booker brothers. I really am a fair and reasonable man, you know. I may have overreacted a wee bit yesterday, though. Glad to see the office is looking better. Fitzy cleared his throat. Tippy came out of the break room and walked down the hallway to the front of the office where Fitzy stood. She eyed him coolly. I'm sorry, he said, looking at Tippy and then at the Booker brothers. To make amends, I'd like for all of you to have dinner at Doyle's, and put it on my tab. Anything you like, Fitzy said earnestly. The shrimp chips had only encouraged my appetite, not satiated it, and my mouth began to water at the thought of Doyle's. Owen perked up and craned his neck to see what his brother's response would be. Thanks, Fitzy. We'll go, Harrison said evenly. Tippy did not look impressed. Clearly, she hadn't yet forgiven her on-again, off-again partner for his overreaction to the James Bond shenanigans. You 4, go enjoy. I'm taking Tippy somewhere real nice, Fitzy said. Tippy opened her mouth with a frown, like she was about to protest, so Fitzy quickly spoke again. No, not Rockburger. Somewhere really nice. I promise. Fine, Tippy said. She rolled her eyes while she walked over to the closet to get her purse, and then led Fitzy out the door. A little while later, once we'd cleared our desks and locked up the office, Owen, Harrison, Lucky, and myself sat across the red vinyl seats downstairs at Doyle's corner booth. I sat on one side with Lucky, and Harrison and Owen slid into the other side. "This is our usual spot," Owen said to me. His brothers laughed. "What? She's officially with us now. She should know our spot," Owen argued. "Thanks, Owen. I appreciate it," I replied. The four of us opened up the grimy, laminated menus to select our "I'm sorry for destroying your office" complimentary dinners. There was something about free food that always tasted better, and I was eager to try something new at Doyle's. "Kacey, what kind of car do you drive?" Lucky asked. "An old Prius. It's nothing fancy, and it's got a mismatched door," I told him. Was it just me, or did Lucky wince ever so slightly? She wasn't grand, but that car had gotten me through a lot. I'd even lived in it a couple of times, but I decided not to reveal that fact. "Can the company use it? We'll reimburse your mileage, of course," he asked. "Sure," I said, before remembering what I could be getting myself into. "But I'm with Harrison, Lucky. No more parking in loading zones on purpose. I cannot afford the tickets." I gave Lucky my best warning look, but it made him start snickering. That was not the impact I was going for. "Okay, okay," he said, putting his hands up in front of him when I didn't let up on my stare. "No tickets. Got it. If I'm not careful, you might make an upstanding citizen out of me, Kacey Chance." Lucky was one of those people whose every sentence had a flirtatious air about it. It was like there was an electric fence running along his perimeter. I reminded myself that I did not want to find myself getting zapped and potentially risk this job. I was too happy and excited to have it back. I would make something of myself in the investigative world. I'd never wanted anything quite so much. I rolled my eyes at Lucky and turned back to the other Booker brothers. "It'll be really useful on Monday for our new surveillance job. I use my Jeep around the city so much for work that we can't use it for anything undercover," Harrison explained. The word undercover sent a blanket of excited goosebumps over my skin. "We should get the windows tinted first. Trust me," I said, recalling the nylons issue from the day before. "Mine won't be much use either without that." Harrison pulled out his phone and made a note. "Definitely," Harrison said. "I know a guy who can do it on the cheap." "I'll get to introduce you to Sydney Morales. You'll like Sydney, I'm sure," Lucky said. He bounced his knee up and down under the table and angled his body to face me. "What's he like?" I asked. The three brothers just laughed. "Sydney is a woman, actually," Harrison clarified for me. "And she's unique," Owen said. "If you want to survive in this business, you make friends with Sydney," Lucky said, raising an eyebrow at me. "I wonder if you have what it takes," he said. I straightened up and lifted my chin to stare straight at him. "What do you think?" I asked him. Lucky lifted his hands out between us, and as a second thought, grabbed his white napkin and raised it like a flag. In reality, I didn't know yet if I did have what it would take, but we would find out soon enough. "Can I come for the surveillance on Monday?" I asked. I directed the question to everyone, but mostly Harrison. "We really do need someone around the office. But you're so quick with the administrative work," Harrison said. "It's true. What you do in an hour used to take Tippy the entire day. She's a very capable woman, But those abilities do not extend to the computer, unfortunately, Owen admitted. I hoped that meant I'd have a chance to be on my first stakeout, but before I could ask, Doyle appeared beside the table. His shoulders slumped, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Even his mustache was extra droopy. "Doyle, how did coupon night go?" Lucky asked him. This was the wrong question to ask. Doyle let out a long sigh. "I ran the usual racket," Doyle said. Owen must have seen my expression, and he jumped in to help explain. "Doyle runs a group coupon thing for the diner, Kacey," Owen said. "He's got a deal for a fake restaurant using an address across the street, and when people show up hungry and can't find the place, he reels them into his place instead for regular priced food," Lucky said. Doyle nodded. "It's called the Good Time Grill, but it didn't work this time, that's for sure. Some enterprising restaurateur opened up in the vacant building across the street, using the same business name I've been using for years. On coupon night, the place across the street was packed, all night, with a lineup down the street. It even drew some of my regulars away," Doyle said sadly. "So I'm out the cost of the ads, which aren't cheap, by the way, plus a lot of business. And to top it all off, now I've got a competitor." Doyle's eyebrows curved downward so much, I wouldn't have been surprised if they suddenly slipped right off his face. That was one man who needed a hug, if I'd ever seen one. "Cheer up, Doyle. You'll always have us," Lucky said. The rest of us chimed in, agreeing. "That's great, boys. And Kacey. But no diner can stay open on 4 burgers alone," Doyle said. "It will tonight," Harrison said. "Does 4 burgers sound good to everyone?" Harrison asked. We all nodded. "And make them extra fancy, Doyle, with all the fixings. This is on Fitzy," Harrison said. He winked at Doyle and reached up to give his shoulder a supportive squeeze. "Doyle, no cabbage in my coleslaw, please," Owen added. I don't think I stopped my mouth from dropping fast enough so that no one would see, but Owen didn't notice, and Doyle just nodded, as if he'd heard it 100 times before, and walked back to the kitchen. Once Doyle was out of earshot, Harrison shook his head. "Doyle never learns. He's always looking for the shortcut, a scheme to get rich quick rather than work at it. It always comes back to bite him like this," Harrison said. "I don't think you're being fair," Lucky disagreed. "The world needs more people like Doyle, people who've got big ideas and plans, and more importantly, the guts to try things out." Owen, who'd had his eyes glued to his phone screen the last few minutes, rejoined the table. "Good Time Grill's menu looks interesting, but I won't eat there until it has built up an acceptable number of online reviews," Owen said. We all laughed. "What do you think, Kacey?" Harrison asked. The 3 Booker brothers turned their attention toward me, their faces open and expectant. It wasn't clear if they were asking what I thought about Doyle's diner scheme, or working at the agency, or what it was like to try and get by in Los Angeles. Perhaps they were asking about all of it, wanting to get to know me, Kacey, the newest member of the team. Suddenly, I felt an expansion in my chest, a bursting desire to confess to what I know I should have told them from the start, about my history and resume. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Doyle returning with burger-laden trays, and my nerve dissipated. I didn't have to tell them yet, right? Surely it could wait until after we'd eaten dinner. "I think I'm excited to dig into this delicious dinner," I said brightly. The 4 of us dug into our heaping plates of hot burgers and fries, deep-fried pickles, onion rings, and whatever cabbage-free coleslaw was. I felt warm, full, and content, and I knew that Doyle's food only contributed to half of it. Okay, maybe slightly more than half. You have reached the end of State-of-the-Art Heist, Book 1 of the Booker Brothers Detective Agency Mysteries, written by Maisie Dean, narrated by Marie Hoffman. Copyright 2018 by Maisie Dean. Production copyright 2018 by Maisie Dean. The story continues in Book 2, Stunt Double Trouble.